It's day 2 of the final part of PC9. What does that make it? When do we do hearing 1? I can't remember either. I mean, it must be at least 18 months ago. Anyway, it's yeah, June. Oh, yeah, not quite 18 months. Oh well, good going, hard going. Anyway, just for those of you who weren't here yesterday, obviously Council made its presentations yesterday, and then we turned our attention to predominantly the Waikato Heritage Group and a couple of other submissions out of that. And today we have a part day. According to the schedule, we're out by lunch. I'd be very keen for us to actually meet that target, but we're in your hands. I don't think I don't have any announcements. Mr. Mardani, is there anything that you need to tell us?
No, sir, thank you. We're fine.
Okay. So I think without further ado, let's kick off with the first submitter today, who is Philip Barrett on behalf of 6 High Limited. That's so that we can eyeball you directly, rather than indirectly.
As always, sir.
Yes.
Is this on? Or?
It is. When the light goes on,
It's on. Right.
You're on. And be aware that this is being live broadcast as well, so just everybody be aware of that.
Oh, yep. No. Yep. I got dressed up a bit more. Okay, so I imagine, Mr. Chairman, that we have received my submission.
We have indeed, and read that, and
have a good read of it. Yep.
We obviously heard yesterday from
yes.
Ms. Carradine with respect to her views on it, so good to hear your views.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I don't propose to laboriously go all the way through and read the whole out, so, but I just do want to raise probably my salient points and the reasons for that in terms of what my view of the heritage assessment. So, you know my name, my credentials are there on paragraph 4. Sorry, in paragraph 2 we know here because my client seeks to have the proposed heritage listing removed from the building at Ward Street. I did prepare the original submission to this for Moorgate Biotex, but I'm only here today because of a new owner and who have realised I did make the original place submission for Moorgate Industries, and here today because of that. I do want to stress at paragraph 6 that I have worked previously employed by the Christchurch City Council for a number of years, and unfortunately during the time of the earthquakes, at which some time I was put in charge of the heritage team that was dealing with the total destruction of heritage that was going on in the city, and not so much by the earthquake. And so I've got a pretty good appreciation. I'm not here as a heritage expert. I think I've made that clear. I'm here as a resource manager of 30 years experience of writing and reading and thinking, and hope that I can just bring a little bit of some light to what some of the doubts that I have about this, and for you to obviously to consider that. So I have read, part of my job as a heritage manager during that time, apart from keeping the team sane, was to really review a lot of heritage statements, so I am very familiar with them, sir. And I've read probably about 200 for the very reason of what I did today is, do they make sense? Because at a time of an earthquake, the team was quite keen to save as much as they possibly could, which is a fair assessment for them. But there still had to be a rational argument and a good argument to do it, and hard decisions had to be made. So, and so I'm bringing that experience and that thought to this table today. Can I take as read, sir, paragraph 9 in terms of the Code of Conduct? I know why I'm here. If I'd like to jump to paragraph 12, scope of evidence. It's really just identification of the key issues and some interpretation that I have around the heritage assessment and some conclusion. I'm concerned about the key issues being whether or not Ward Street really is the significance as the council seems to think that it is. Is the moderate assessment really based on some wholly good facts and rational thought, rather than just joining dots? And given that I think one of the main points I will be raising also, sir, is the fact about this building. I don't know if you've done a site visit to it, but inside the building, sir, it's been 15 years as a Moorgate pharmaceutical company, and there's no heritage left inside the building. I would agree that the building is there, the structure of the building is there, but internally, and I have been inside the building, it is utterly and completely gutted of heritage fabric, and there are some photographs in my appendices that tend to show that. The moderate, so at 15, I'm really to point out there that note that it says in a significant statement at section 2.1 that the surrounding buildings are all of commercial in nature, modern in age and in appearance, and that is actually true. And right next door to Ward Street is a very large empty site, which was once a whole bunch of heritage buildings, which were taken down, I imagine, many years ago, and is now subject to a consent to build some very modern buildings, and I think through Stark Industries. In one sense, I can't help but think, as I was reading through this, that one of the main drivers for the council to list this building, even as a secondary B listing, was it's the only one left. And that's not the fault of the current owner or the previous owner. It's just the fact, it's the only one there. And I think that generally could have some significance, because it does provide, you know, anybody, and quite rightly so, an imperative to think, well, if it's the last one left, perhaps we should save it. It's a nice starting point, I don't disagree, but it kind of does tend to weight it in someone's mind already that it's worthy of saving. And having said that, this building wasn't listed before by the council, so it wasn't worthy of listing previously. And I think that's a fact that needs to be made clear as well. And you have to ask the question, well, why was that? And then you combine that with the fact that all the other buildings on the street that may have had some heritage value have all gone and were the last ones standing. And I think that weighs on me in terms of the way I was reading through the heritage statement, which in good part I certainly don't disagree with. If I go to paragraph 16, the historical connection of Shattocks is, again, I said it's not disputed, but arguably I think it could have been given a lower significance level. The retail store could also be of local significance. I don't think the assessment in my mind contains sort of any real evidence of why moderate was chosen. It didn't really jump really out at me quite clearly for that specific level. And I seem to think to me, and I'll give some reasons why I thought that the assessment could have ended up a little bit different. Yes, agreed that Mr. Shattock himself is, I don't know, it's hard to tell whether he was of great significance or not. Certainly he was a butcher, and everybody knew that, and he did build this building. But if I go down to paragraph 18, so there's a thematic review that was done, and I read through that, and I'm certainly not going to read that out, but my point about that is that thematic review mentioned a whole bunch of other butchers in town, but not Mr. Shattock or his butchery. So was it, all I'm saying is there something to think about there in terms of, well, does this really have the high significance that it does when it didn't actually turn up in from what I could see from that thematic review? Which tends to lead me to, when I get to paragraph 19, the council supplementary statement of evidence. I find that statement there, and I've underlined that Mr. Shattock and his butchery business will establish itself as a leading leading butcher. It established him as a butcher, sir, as all the other butchers were established at the time and over time in Hamilton. But to say it's a leading butcher, I can't find evidence in the assessment statement that would lead me to accept that statement as made. And if I go further down through paragraph 19, I've underlined the words highly intact example. Again, my emphasis of a purpose-built design butcher shop. Don't dispute that it was purposely built or designed, but is it highly intact? So I go back to my earlier statement, sir, about did anybody go inside, and should they have gone inside, and should that have carried some weighting, at least in terms of the determination whether this is a significant building at all. So I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not a heritage expert, but I'm just saying, surely from reason and from a good assessment being done, that someone should have gone inside the building and perhaps should have then made some statement around that, provide some rational heritage analysis around that, and in the round say whatever the heritage professional would like to say about it, but at least that perhaps should have happened. And I don't think for you as decision makers that you perhaps have seen the full picture yet, whatever that might be. So I just must make that point. And again, at paragraph 20, we get these words again about, you know, I have reviewed the WSP, you know, and the TH reports and undertaken a site visit. And yes, I understand a heritage person did undertake a site visit. I have been on site myself with the owner, and we did speak to the manager of Moorgate and said, yes, a site visit was undertaken, but it was an external site visit. So I asked myself again, is the use of the word demonstrates high as opposed to medium or low? Because I'm starting to see these words, thing as moderate, and then I'm starting to get words about leading and how it's high and how it's very significant. I'm just not sure that the evidence is there yet to say that. Highly, in my paragraph 20, I say highly intact sets, in my view, just as a layperson reading that, highly intact sets a very high standard. And I've taken a Collins Dictionary meaning not altered, broken or impaired, remaining uninjured, sound or whole, untouched, unblemished. Again, a full assessment of this building, it would have been an internal one, you know, then I might have some more sense around whether or not highly intact is actually what this building is. It's structurally, it is intact. There's no doubt about that. So that's not debated. At paragraph 21, as I said, I reviewed submission of, so this is from the council report, that the submission does not provide any additional information to support the challenge. That was true, it was a placeholder. And then it goes on to say, the complex of buildings on the site have been demonstrated to be of significance as the main shop, depot, factory and garage of the Shaddocks Butchery Company, and original full site boundary is proposed as the extent of the place. So just for me, as reading this and looking for some sense and rationale, there's some new words have come into the discussion later on, and it's called full site boundary is proposed to the extent of the place. So it says, have we expanded this now in some way, or have we not? I don't know. I'm just saying that these words are coming in, and I'm not sure how they relate to the final assessment, whether that changes or not, but I just raised the point. I think there is still some thinking to be done for you to perhaps delve into a bit further to find out whether or not the heritage listing stays in or does not. Paragraph 22, I'm just merely stating there that I think that the submission that was put in was actually only a placeholder because the building changed ownership only earlier this year, and the owners really only found out about it during that process. So I think it's clear that the above underlined words are supported by the historic qualities or physical, aesthetic and architectural qualities, but historically quality statement does not enter the complex of the buildings or that the full site boundaries proposed as the extent of the place. Again, I'm just saying, well, what does this mean? Is this another professional heritage assessment about it? And then how does it relate to the moderate statement? I'm unclear on that fact, having read it. If I go to paragraph 24, we have a moderate level applied there in terms of the physical, aesthetic and architectural qualities, and that the building style is certainly tending towards Art Deco, and would have, as described in the significant statement, were popular at the time. While this style is not debated, I think there's some question regarding significant assessment status that tiles, for example, and I'm being picky here, sir, in the sense because when assessments are made about a building, and if an overlay is going to be put on a district plan that's going to affect the owner in some way in terms of time and money and consenting and so forth, it's important that each little word is actually important to understand it. And does that all add up to the whole at the end of the day? I'm not disputing that this building is not Art Deco. What I am suggesting, though, well, actually what the report is suggesting, that because of the tiles on front of the building, it's an Art Deco building, but it's also a butcher shop. And I'm thinking, well, sure. We all know it's a butcher shop because we've read all the statements and we understand that it is, and there's no dispute about that. But I do raise the fact, though, that I have read statements about butcher shops in the past in Christchurch, and have read up a little bit about it at that time. And butcher shops also, to make it a butcher shop which reads to a person in the street without actually going into building, it's going to say it's a butcher shop. If it has tiles, it's not uncommon for these tiles to represent something about what their business is. A slice of bacon, a cow, a pig or something. That's not uncommon either, but I'm not saying tiles by themselves doesn't mean it wasn't a butcher shop. I'm saying it's more Art Deco and not related necessarily to a butcher shop, because there's nothing on the frontage of that building that says to a bystander who has no knowledge of this building that it is a butcher shop. Yet there's a tendency in the assessment to suggest that the tiles do point that it is a butcher shop. I believe it points to the fact that it is a retail store of an Art Deco era. At paragraph 25, the statement says the designer or builder is assessed as unknown. So, okay, that's fine. There's no information about that. But I think there's a little bit of some unsubstantiated assumptions are made about in an assessment that an architect was involved. Again, I get back down to words. If you're going to add the word in that you think that an architect was involved, then provide the proof that an architect was involved. That is not in the report, but it lends weight to the idea that it should be listed because it had an architect involved. Well, the converse to that is potentially that we all agree that Mr. Shattock was an experienced butcher, and he apparently had a number of butcher shops in town, so which he had worked out for whatever years that he worked out from, and then he did build himself a purpose-built one. That tells me that Mr. Shattock knew his business and knew that his butcher shops that he were running that were not purpose-built were not functioning as well as he'd like. And I think any owner of a long-term owner of a retail store, any building, commercial building, and good architects also know how buildings function. So it's quite possibly that Mr. Shattock, with the help of his builder, designed it himself. All I'm saying is that was an architect involved in this, or were they not? I don't know. There's no proof to say that it is, but if you put it in, then all I say to you, whoever writes that, is that, well, provide the proof or admit that there is no proof of it. You've made an assumption. How much weight does that assumption carry? Paragraph 26 was, again, I think I sort of covered a bit of that point. It talks about rarity. Yes, it is rare, in the sense that it's the only one left in the street at no fault of the current or the previous owners. And is that by itself a reason to keep it? Certainly, is it rare inside? My argument today to you, Sir and Commissioners, is that, well, there's nothing to say in the heritage statement that it is rare inside or not. It seems to focus on the external part of the building only. Paragraph 27, and the fourth and the final subcategory was about integrity. Well, the assessment states that the place has moderate integrity value. It has retained its original form and some of its original fabric. Again, some of its original fabric. If you haven't been inside the building, and if you're doing a wholesome assessment of this building, again leading to an imposition on a landowner in the future if it remains, then please say something about that. What is the extent of the original fabric that has been in? Are we actually only referring to the actual structural part of the building that you can see as you stand on the street and walk around the building? Is that the sum of its original fabric? Again, an internal inspection, you might not have said that or put a different weighting on that. Get to the point, sir, about earlier on. I didn't refer to it, but you have read it, and that's said that I'm not a heritage expert, but I have in part relied on a heritage expert report prepared on the building by Archifact, and that report is, in one sense, is neither definitive one way or the other. But it did also, from a heritage professional's perspective, raise the issue which I've just been saying, is that, well, perhaps someone should have gone inside the building and perhaps that should have been part of the assessment, and then the weighting applied and then a decision made about whether it should be listed or not.
I mean, it's very helpful for you to have included that, because when we come to make our determination, or when we're deliberating on that, we can actually put that against what the council's proposed and so on and so forth, and actually do a direct comparison on those. So, thank you.
I probably, so I mean, the Archifact report, clearly makes some statements about the fact that the interior is highly modified. So not some fabric left. It's highly modified inside, and if you do go inside that, you go through, I mean, if you go through the entrance part of it, yes, we know that's been changed. There's been some addition of some aluminium and so forth. Maybe some part of the veranda underneath has been changed potentially from the original, and there are some tiles and there is some original glass in that front that's still there. So yeah, some of that fabric's still there. It doesn't scream butcher shop though. It screams retail. You go inside, door past that, and if you compare what you see to what the heritage pictures show of all the smiling faces of Mr. Shattock on the screen, you wouldn't know that was the same building or the same room. All that interior fabric is gone. None of it is there. It's gone. It's a biopharmaceutical, sterile environment. The Archifact report, and probably say very quickly that I think there's some good agreement between the Archifact report and the Heritage Council's Heritage Officer about saving it as a facade. Certainly, my experience, as I've indicated in my report, and provided some pictures regarding what I've been involved in Christchurch, there is absolutely no comparison between the types of facades that were sought. And I know there's a big debate within the heritage professionalism, people about the debate about whether if the facade of a building is protected and the rest of the building is actually completely gone and new steel and whatever goes up and the facade is attached to it. Some would say it still has heritage, but that would depend on the degree of the repair of the facade. How badly was the facade damaged and how much repair was done on it? Were the original stones used, for example, if it was stone, or any woodwork or glass? So it gets really technical, but overall, it sort of feels to me that there's a 50-50 sort of feel of that. Some heritage experts will say, yes, facades are great because they provide you mainly with a sense of place as you walk down the town or city that you've known since childhood, and you go, oh yes, I recognise that facade because I went into that building many times. So in that sense, it has real value in terms of heritage, but in terms of a fabric, overall of a building, some say yes, some say no. Just want to put to bed that we're kind of in agreement with that just saving the facade itself, if anybody's having any thought about that in terms of some quid pro quo in terms of decision making, well, we're not supportive of that. Really preferring a further investigation and a further assessment and get some bit more clarity around it so you can make a decision whether it should be listed or not. And it's not preferable from the owners that it's just a facade. So I know you're busy for the rest of the day and you did want to get by. I think I've covered the main points of it. My conclusion there on paragraph 35, which is really just an iteration of what I've said. So I think I will leave it there, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And I mean, thank you for providing that material too. I mean, it does give us something to compare against in terms of what we've been told about the site. Any questions, Ewan? No?
Just a comment, Mr. Barrett. I mean, thank you for putting the statement together. I appreciate you're not a heritage expert, but nevertheless, the planning viewpoint can, bring together things in a similar way and cogently put your argument. So we haven't visited the site yet. I think it's obviously worth a closer look, and we'll take that into account when we come to our deliberations. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just in reply, I think my client will know because the building is leased to a company. It's a biotechnical company. It's sterile in a lot of ways. If you do wish to visit, then I'm sure that will need to be arranged beforehand, and particularly if you go into the interior to see, it's going to require that to be arranged prior to visit. So so arrangements can be made for you to see what you feel you need to see.
I mean, I'm taking the photographs that you've included in your
Yes.
They're current, recent photographs.
Absolutely.
So,
yes.
I mean, they're pretty helpful in terms of just giving an indication. Right. And we will be hearing back, I think, or we'll be receiving comment on because of the late receipt of
yes.
your we will be receiving comment through the reply from council on that. So.
Understand. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Appreciate the time and the effort. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much.
I thought you might be going to call on Mr. Wild for a moment there. I was getting a bit anxious, but yes. Right. And we are indeed calling upon Mr. Wild, but through Mr. Pickett.
Chair, I just need to update
Thank you.
Chamber if I could. I just need to acknowledge that I used to be a neighbour of the Picketts. I raised it, I think, a year or so ago at the beginning. We lived opposite. I also need to acknowledge that I think on 2 occasions the Picketts permitted me to put an election sign on another property on Hammond Street, not their particular property. And I think your son-in-law recently worked at council, Ben, so I have known him in passing. And my wife reminded me recently that before you owned the property, Minik and I lived for 6 months in an apartment that's at the back of your property. But that was before you owned it. But I just wanted to put that out on the table, that you were aware of those things.
Thank you, Ewan. And we have discussed that. We don't see that's a particular conflict of interest, having declared that. But if anybody has any issues with that, if you could raise that now, otherwise we'll proceed. All right, thank you. Mr. Pickett.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I'd like to introduce my wife, Wendy, and of course Adam, whom you know, and of course Graham Whittaker from roofing expert, and I trust you've seen the topics that we would like to discuss today. Firstly, Adam will give an overview of his assessment, and then I'd like to talk to the geotech report, also the engineer's report with comments from Graham around the roofing, a site visit that was undertaken by two colleagues of Hamilton Council, communication, and finally funding and final comments. But I'm going to hand over to Adam, so thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Ray.
Mr. Wild starts. Can you give me an indication of what your anticipation of timing is? Because that's a good deal more presentation than I was expecting. So.
Yes, so I communicated with council about it. They indicated 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's fine. I mean, if you can do all that in 20 minutes, you're doing
Yeah,
fantastically well. I don't believe you, but
Yeah,
that's
I think
all
we'll be
right.
pushing. I don't think we can either.
But I'll hold you to 30, right.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I will try and be brief, and I'm speaking mostly to my statement of evidence, so I will just go to what I believe are the salient points that remain in contention, and that starts at 3.4 of my statement of evidence. And really the key assessment matters remaining in contention in terms of assessment and threshold for inclusion in Schedule 8A across the three independent assessments, the WSP one, the THS, the Heritage Studio, and Elise Cadigan's assessments, and my own, are summarised at 4.5 of my statement. And turning to that, the first of the two matters, assessment matters, is one of historic quality, where I scored a medium local rating. I believe there's a risk of conflating the significance of the Ebbett dealership with the 22-year ownership by Alfred Ebbett with the house at 13 Hamlet Street. I note Mr. Pickett in his evidence has noted that he and his wife have been associated with 13 Hamlet Street for longer than that. I'm wondering if that adds greater weight to it. The other matter of physical, aesthetic and architectural qualities, again, which I scored medium and local, I think land squarely on my belief that the building exhibits little, if in fact any, Spanish mission style qualities, and is much more evidently in my mind an arts and crafts variant, not uncommon of the period. I think too that while there's a supposition that the work is of Chitty, and the council's supplementary evidence provided some interesting exemplars across the city of other work by him, it's clearly stylistically similar. There's still no absolute evidence that it is of his work, so I think it's difficult to rate that criterion as highly as the council have done. I think more research is required for any decision to be reliable. Just further down in that paragraph B, I note that the absence of a place from a heritage list does not mean that it is necessarily without historic heritage value. And so the group considered by the Hamilton City Council provides an important comparative context with respect to the rarity sub-criterion considered moderate in the WSP assessment and not described in the THS assessment. At 5.4, again, I just reiterate that I don't see evidence of Spanish mission style evident in the building, and I believe its stylistic form is much more derivative of arts and crafts. At 5.8, in my opinion, the THS assessment needs to be carefully considered in that it was a desktop exercise only and no site visits were carried out. It's also difficult, I believe, to consider a desktop analysis alone as being sufficiently robust to determine the historic heritage values of a place. I'm concerned that the supplementary evidence from the council has criticised Mr. Pickett's technical evidence as being desktop alone, and I struggle with that when particularly the geotechnical report includes a bore log and photographs of on-site investigation. I would hardly call that desktop. I turn then to my conclusion, and my assessment of the historic heritage values of 13 Hammond Street have recognised values evident there, but not found that these values to be of sufficient import to warrant inclusion in the district plan. Very happy to take any questions.
We'll take you as a collective group at the end, I think, if you don't mind. Yeah. So, Mr. Pickett, if we just move on.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. I'd like to talk about the soil strengths, and the comments have been made that, as Adam has just mentioned, that these reports are desktop. That is not the case for the Geotech report. I've forwarded you a copy, and if you look on page 2 of the GWE report that you should have in your pack there, and also page 3 is the evidence of 2 site visits that GWE carried out on the property, and their conclusions of the soil strengths are very poor soil strength, particularly on the right-hand side of the property, which I'll speak to more further. However, going back earlier in my submission of the 25th of July, on the 29th of April, there was a memorandum of council on behalf of the City Council, and I quote, "The submitter, that's my wife and I, challenges the heritage value and raises seismic and roofing issues. Resolution of this matter will require a hearing of expert evidence." So I sought expert advice, and I was advised that I needed to engage a built heritage expert, a geotech, and an engineer, which I did. And the reports have been tabled with you. And as I've mentioned, this one is not desktop, it has field trips and so forth, and I've spoken at length with the geotech engineer regarding the poor quality soils. He said, in his report, he states them as very poor. He said they're shocking in his field assessment to me. But however, what really concerns me is that yesterday I listened to the online discussions, and Laura Gold says this: "I consider the reports have limited value in determining the true extent of the works and the costs associated with those works. Mr. Pickett raises a concern about the cost associated with listing an item in Schedule AA. Refers to the fund which is no longer available. My concern about this is that I was not asked to present any information about cost. I was sought to provide evidence on the issues of roofing and seismic. And on the issues of seismic, it's not an issue of the seismic strength of the building. Rather, it's the issue that if there is a seismic event, the risk from falling tiles that could injure somebody during or after an event. So I believe we have provided the evidence. Further to that, the engineer took this report, has provided further evidence of that, which I trust you've viewed. And on the 12th of June, Mrs. Cadigan and another colleague visited the site. In good faith, I was very happy to have them at Hammond Street to have a look. I showed them the ground sinkage in the front lawn, which is illustrated on page 2 of the GWE report. This is clearly reported. It is not a desktop report. It shows the depression in the ground and the soil weakness associated with the right-hand side of the property. I also showed photographic evidence of the foundation cracks on the right-hand side of the property. These were reported in the engineer's evidence from his inspection of the property. These cracks in the foundation are right adjacent to the right-hand side of the property where the soil is subsiding. And his conclusion is that the weakness of the soil is a primary factor in the deterioration of the foundations, added by a very heavy roof, a terracotta roof that leaks, and I'm shortly going to ask Graham to speak to that. What concerns me further too with the evidence that I've been able to source in terms of Council's report on our property is that, and I quote from Ms. Cadigan's, "Much of the work outlined by Mr. Pickett is visible during the site he appeared and appears to be from deferred maintenance." Can I assure you, the cracks in the foundation are not deferred maintenance. They are because of very weak soils, which the geotech engineers have identified. And because of that, the house and the right-hand side of the house is effectively collapsing with breaks in the foundation, as I've mentioned. You may recall during the Christchurch earthquakes, where houses that were salvaged, they would put very large steel trusses under the house, lift the house 1.5 to 2 metres up, and then repair the foundations. I've been advised that that needs to happen and I haven't got the cost for that, and I'm happy to have the cost for it, but it's in the order of $400,000 to $500,000 to put stabilising piles on the side of the house, steel trusses under the house, the roof, which Graham tells me is estimated to be 25 tonne, has to be removed, the house jacked up, repiled. Part of the rear of the house would have to be destroyed or demolished to allow the steel trussing to go through. That process would take at least 6 months. It doesn't mention anything to the damage of windows and floors and wall linings that would need to be repaired as a consequence of this process. The other aspect of it, the roof is very unstable. It leaks, it's been repaired many times and continues to leak. I've included in the evidence a photo of the ceiling on the right-hand side of the property. I'm sorry it's not particularly clear, but it shows a leak that happened earlier this week. The tenant forwarded that through to me. Repairs have been sought to make to address it, but every time somebody gets onto the roof, it continues to crack and move and cause issues. I think it'd be a good time if I ask Graham actually now to speak. Graham has kindly forwarded an email, which is in the documents that I've forwarded to you, on the condition of the roof and the issues with the roof. Thank you, Graham.
Good morning. My name's Graham Whitaker. I've been in the roofing industry for close on 40 years. I'm managing Turfree Roofing Waikato at the present moment. We've sent our crews out to site on a number of occasions to see if we can repair leaks, which we have repaired a few, but every time we sort of repair one, another one pops its head up again in another area. The concrete tiles are sort of getting to the age of they're used by date. There's a lot of weight up there, which is basically forcing areas of the roof to come down in different, areas. You get wind that blows and can blow up underneath it, which causes problems as well. There's a lot of weight up on that roof. Like Mr. Pickett said, I would estimate possibly 25 tonne. If anything was to happen, the tiles themselves normally back in the era tied onto the purlins underneath, or the purlins underneath. A lot of those have rusted out. Therefore, any movement in the roof and the tiles are slipping down or a possibility of slipping down out of where they are. My recommendation would be to replace the roof. To get tiles of that era is very hard nowadays as well, if you're lucky to. And just, the weight factor and everything like that, the cracks up there, and it's just, I think, in getting to its use by date. Cool, thank you.
If I can continue, if that's okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your patience too with this. Appreciate that.
We're nothing if not patient.
I do want to express to the commissioners that the crushing weight this is upon my wife and I. It is an awful process. At times we don't sleep, we're confronted with extraordinary costs. It is, every time there's a rebuttal, the weight on oneself is just terrible. That is bad enough, but the other thing that really concerns me is what I feel is the misrepresentation of what we've reported. And I quote from what Ms. Cadigan put in a report. and this is the HEC report, clause 54. Mr. Pickett's submission details that the property is unoccupied and untenanted, as there are issues with leaks, dampness and drafts through misaligned doors and windows, compromising healthy home standards. At the site visit, Mr. Pickett updated us that the residence is now healthy home certified and currently tenanted. That information about it being untenanted was sourced from my report over almost a year ago, the 27th of August, 2023. The property was untenanted for 6 months, and because of the huge financial burden, increasing interest rates, we had no option but to do repairs to bring the home at least to a healthy home standard so it could be let. The new tenants occupied the property in February 2024. It's a 6-month period where there was no tenant, and as you could appreciate, with a hefty mortgage on it, it's very, very expensive. Further to that, as I've mentioned about showing the ground depressions and the cracks in the foundations. The other aspect I would like to bring in that same report is that it says that I acknowledge the intrinsic heritage and aesthetic value of the property and oppose the scheduling it places on the maintenance of and financial challenges. That's true, we do acknowledge aesthetic value. However, at that time, the property was rated medium. It was later recategorised high, and I feel there again is another misrepresentation of our evidence. I guess the thing that really we find difficult, in 2019, and it's in the documentation that you have, my wife and I, because we are altruistic, we care for people, we sought to have our house consented as a social housing provider house. The reason we did that is to protect the potential residents that could go into our property. And you'll see a copy of that. It's dated 2019. It's signed and approved by council. Currently, we have a social housing provider using our property for social housing. The house tenants young women with babies. Some of these women have been sleeping in cars at Hamilton Lake, and now we're providing a safe place where they can come and have some shelter. There is a report in the pack that I've just been distributed to you from the current 2020, Jay Simpson. He highlights that to find social housing landlords such as ourselves, or landlords that have consented their property to protect the tenants, is very, very difficult indeed. And right at the moment, I can't fix a roof that's leaking. We've got young women and their children, their babies. Some of them are suffering from asthma. There's photographic evidence of the leaks that are happening into the property. And right now, because the roof is leaking, it needs to be replaced with long run. This whole process makes me feel that council is complicit in putting at risk young people, young mums and their babies, and the very action we seek to take to address it, we're unable to do. In our view, we feel that we have been misrepresented. We feel urgent action needs to be taken to address the roof, to put a long run roof on it, as Mr. Whitaker has suggested, and we agree with that. I guess the other point I would like to highlight in conclusion is communication. Throughout this process, we've received emails of updates, which has been helpful. Around early August, there was an email sent to submitters about this up-and-coming hearing, and for those submitters who were interested in presenting to register. We never received that email. It was only by a friend of mine who said, "Did you get that email about the hearing date?" I said, "No." I went through my junk mails, I went through all my folders. I couldn't find it at all. I asked for a copy of that email. Instantly, I responded to register our interest to be here today, followed up with the topics and so on and so forth. I then phoned up council and asked to speak to an administrator. Are our names on the list? Why aren't we getting it? I was told, well, put your name on the list. And I go, how did it get taken off? I don't know all the why-fors and the wherefores of this, but it's been, not only are we fighting to avoid horrendous costs to save our property, we are fighting for vulnerable women, we're fighting for young children. We're now fighting a system that seems to communicate to us as and when it fits. And as you can appreciate, the weight of this has just been intolerable for us. And so we seek a fair and quick judgment on the way forward so we can get on with our lives and get things sorted. Happy to take any questions.
Pickett, Mrs. Pickett, did you want to add anything?
No, it's up and cock fry. Only that it is, we have had social housing. We've had the Salvation Army in there when we first moved out, and council has consented for social, I don't know what's the word,
Social housing.
social housing. And recently there was an article saying that in Waikato they're 8,000 houses short. And this property, as Ray and I are entering our retirement age, this property is a 6-bedroom house with a granny flat and a garage that's been converted into a self-contained flat. Again, the inside is not original. The only thing that was original when we moved in there was the floors. There'd been an argument with the previous owners and someone had gone in and stripped everything out. So they'd stripped the skirting boards, the doors, everything else in there. So it's a huge property with potential to have many people, well, at risk people in there. So it's hard to, it's hard for me to express how I'm feeling, but at the moment it just seems like a big waste of this potential of property that we've basically felt like we've been paralysed for since the beginning of this, well, financially paralysed since the beginning of this process. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much. And just on the quick solution or the quick answer question on that, Ms. Pickett, we're unlikely to be finalising a decision on this one till the back end of the year. So it's not, it's a plan change rather than the resource consent. So the time frames are slightly different. So just so that you're aware of that. Just any questions? Yeah.
Thank you for your evidence. I've just got a few for Mr. Wild in relation to your assessment. I don't know whether, Mr. Wild, you had a chance to listen in yesterday?
I didn't know.
So I put a question to Ms. Cadigan yesterday about the assessment in terms of the historic qualities and whether or not it made a difference that this was a residence. I think you've made the point this was Mr. Ebbett's residence for 22 years, but he was known for his work rather than his home life. And I put a question to her, does that make a difference in terms of the value that's placed on that association, given that his I guess, fame was in the work life, and I think, and Ms. Cadigan can correct me if I'm wrong, but she said it was because while he was living there was when he kind of launched that business that then became famous. And so I'm just interested in your views on that issue. Is there a difference in terms of a heritage value assigned when it's a place of living versus a place of home, and in terms of the length?
I think there is, and when we think of the the historic criterion in a heritage assessment, there are typically sub-criterion within that, like people and association. And this is where Ebbett and his enterprise becomes significant, but not necessarily the residence, and linked to that its architectural values. That's why you might recall in my evidence, I recalled the issue of Sir Edmund Hillary's home in Remuera, designed by Gummer Ford, probably the greatest architects in the country at the time, it was removed from the site without much contention. Similarly, Coolangatta, a little bit further along Remuera Road, which was removed early one Saturday morning at great contention within and outside the council. These are similar values with perhaps arguably dissimilar results, but showing that in the heritage assessment that we necessarily need to undertake, there are nuances that influence the values that we reach. I think another perhaps closer to home example is a decision that the council have made on the police station just down the road, and recognising that the cultural values there almost overwhelm other values that are recognised on that site. Not to say that those values aren't there, but that in balancing you have to reach a different decision.
Thank you. And then in terms of the context criterion, I was just interested, what is the scope of the setting? Is the setting sort of limited to the site, or are we looking beyond the site boundaries to the changes that have occurred, and does that impact the value in your view?
Typically, setting and context are a wider domain. They're not limited to what is often referred to as an extent of place or the site, the deposited plan, certificate of titles zone. It's about drawing a lens as to whether this particular site and building upon it is part of a group, a wider context that is of relevance and resonance. And I think what we see in Hammond Street is in fact an evolution of the nature of the original subdivision pattern. And I've described that in my evidence a little, as has council. And now the much more recent subdivision and intensification has shifted that sense of context.
Thank you. And then just in terms of the roofing issue, and obviously we've had evidence about the significant issues and the weight of that. And I had a discussion yesterday with the Waikato Heritage Group about replicas for a horse hitching post and whether that affected the heritage value. If the roof was replaced with a lighter material which looked similar, would that affect the heritage value in your view?
It would, in my view. We talk a lot in heritage assessments and in conservation management about authenticity and integrity. This would shift authenticity away from an original fabric.
Yeah. Okay. And then just finally, in terms of the, obviously there's a number of issues, geotech, structural, etc. From a purely heritage perspective, are they relevant to whether or not the structure meets the criteria? We heard yesterday, obviously, from the council that such things can be relevant in terms of a Section 32 assessment, just like you mentioned in terms of the police station and cultural values, and you've got competing values. But from a purely heritage point of view, does that have any impact on your assessment?
Yes, I did address that in my evidence, and I am mindful that this plan change is specifically about, and this hearing is specifically about built heritage. It's a very narrow lens, in my belief, and so the answer to your question is no, condition is not a determinant of heritage value.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
You listened in yesterday, I think you said.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't, sorry, okay. So I just had a question on the presence and significance of the Spanish mission influence, if you like, and obviously there's different emphasis given by yourself and Ms. Cadigan about that. So if I'm looking for the presence of that architectural feature, what am I looking for or at on this building?
I would be looking, if we were looking for Spanish mission style, I'd be looking for a different gable treatment. Typically they're, I'd almost describe as Dutch gable, they tend to be curvilinear. It's those sorts of curvilinear forms that are much more, I think, common in the Spanish mission. unless you're looking at lower scale buildings where you get a more Pueblo form. I think, to my mind's eye, what this building demonstrates is a much more derivative arts and crafts response to its architectural style. And I think the buttressing, the flared buttressing, for example, and even the semicircular arched window that the council have referred to as being derivatives of the Spanish mission style, no less derivative or no less common in an arts and crafts response. To my mind's eye, the form of the building is much more directly aligned with an arts and crafts response.
So it's sort of like some of the secondary aspects of the design could be related to Spanish mission, but equally to arts and craft. But if you look, you say you're looking at the overall form, and the overall form doesn't talk to you of Spanish mission.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So what would be, if we were to take the view that there was some influence, what's the significance of that in your view, given, thinking of the architect and his other works and that sort of thing?
It would be a very unusual hybrid of two different styles of a similar vintage in terms of popularity in the interwar period. But again, my interpretation of that building is that it is, I don't see the Spanish influence in it at all.
Right. Just on another point on this general, the general point about the costs of refurbishment and what have you. I mean, obviously you've been involved in the heritage industry, if you like, for quite a number of years. And what's your general reflection on the situation where a building has significant costs in order to get it into its former life and be useful again? What's the sort of the key aspect of enabling that?
I guess there are two parts to responding to your question. The first, from my experience, I would draw from a local example, and that was the Catholic bishop's appeal for a consent to demolish Euphrasie House. That building was deemed earthquake prone, and a lot of the argument through the Environment Court was exactly your point, what became described as the heritage differential. To pull it down and build the building that the Catholic bishop wanted to build and now has built, which was a smaller building than Euphrasie House, was going to cost less than earthquake proofing and bringing up to standard Euphrasie House itself. Even if that were possible, and of course it is, it's only money, the bishop had said even if it were possible he wouldn't allow his staff to occupy the building again. The Environment Court considered those arguments and recognised that financial differential, and in the end granted consent to the bishop. I'm minded too that of a decision the High Court made in Wellington on the Harcourts building, and recognised that heritage is in the public's benefit. It's a major cost to a private individual or couple to bear the costs of a conservation-driven restoration of a building to maintain its authenticity and integrity for the public benefit without support from the public. And as Mr. Pickett has said, the funding grants available through the council have all but diminished now.
I mean, clearly the costs of refurbishing this building, heritage apart, I mean, it's probably too hard a question, but I mean, there's obviously a division between cost to refurbish, to bring it up to a standard of not a modern building, but a usable building, and then there's obviously a premium above that relates to heritage.
Exactly, and I think one of the commissioners had asked previously of Mr Pickett, if the roof, for example, and all its tonnage high up on the building were replaced with a lighter weight material like long run tin, that cost is very different to the cost of replacing it with a like-for-like concrete tile. If the building was re-roofed in corrugated iron, what would that mean to the heritage values of the building? So there's some balancing to be considered, and exactly as you say, sir, there's that heritage differential again in terms of a premium that would be that the Picketts would have to face.
Can I just come in on that? Because I was going to ask you the question. If in actual fact we accept your characterisation of the building as an arts and crafts buildings rather than a mission style, does that open up options in terms of the roof, in terms of what you might reclad it with to be consistent with an arts and crafts style?
The heritage response to the building is to the building rather than to the style.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be looking to
I'm just
replace it with
aware
shingle.
that one of the points of disagreement between you and as council staff is on the style question, where you rated it medium as opposed to high. So it's still, in terms of the categorisation, the overall categorisation, that's still an important point of difference. Yeah, okay. But even if what you're saying is even if the roof was replaced with long run steel, it would still be a diminution of the value of the building.
It would be a diminution of the value of this building.
Yeah.
And in heritage, it's always a case-by-case basis in terms of assessment and response.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, okay, let me just take it, that point you just made there. So are you saying that we shouldn't worry ourselves as to what style this building is, because that really is not a relevant consideration. It is the building as it is, not the building as it might have been, or in the context of its typology, if you like.
If it might have been something else and we have evidence, and it needs to be compelling evidence to restore back to what it had been, that's another approach. That it's one style or another, to my mind, makes no difference in terms of the overall value of the place. I just think it's confusing to the public and perhaps to you today to understand whether this is some sort of hybrid Spanish mission style arts and crafts building or an arts and crafts building or a Spanish mission building. And in my mind, it's much more closely aligned stylistically to the sorts of things I would expect to see in an arts and crafts response.
So that is a distraction, is I think essentially what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You?
Yeah, thank you. I wonder if Mr. Whittaker may be the best person to try to answer this question. There was a lot of discussion yesterday concerning the need to have a broader understanding between costs that should be covered by a property owner of a status building under the category of maintenance versus the barrier that is increased because of needing to replace like for like to maintain its heritage status. And I think Mr. Wild used the term just today, which I quite like, the heritage differential. I think that's what you were trying to explain. So my question to you, Mr. Whittaker, is can you help me understand the cost difference between replacing the current roof and all of its complexity and weight, etc., with a lighter but fit for purpose roof, and if you had to replace it with, in fact, like for like, could you, and what would the cost differential be?
That's a really hard question. Yeah, sure, okay. Look, the difference would be, that is a really difficult question because, I mean, obviously, to repair the roof as it is now, my sort of expectation, or what I would suggest, would be to pull all the concrete tiles off because the timber work would need to be done, new battens, new concrete or the clay tiles. Finding the clay tiles would be a huge undertaking on its own. To replace it with, say, a corrugated iron colour steel roof, which is a lot lighter, you'd still need to do timber work anyway. You'd still need to do purlins, new purlins, and fix the rafters up and things like that. So cost-wise, you could be up for a new corrugated iron roof, scaffolding, for somewhere around the $60,000, at a guess. To replace the concrete tile roof, to make it structurally sound how it is, you could possibly double that, if not more. Just finding the tiles, like I was saying, is going to be a mission on its own. And you would find that removing the concrete tile or the clay tile roof that is there at the moment, you would damage more than what you would probably salvage. So you'd end up trying to find a whole house load of clay tiles in that particular design than what the modern day concrete tile is, the Alabama or the Centurion tile.
All right, thank you.
So technically you wouldn't be replacing it like for like, possibly weight for weight you might get away with that, but yeah.
All right. My final question, if I could, and this may not be in your area, but if, and if it's too difficult, just say you would have no idea. There's been a suggestion that making any change to the roof, because of its current weight, could have significant structural ramifications to the balance of the house. So even if you took the tonnage off it to replace it with the lightweight. So you talked about just putting scaffolding up to replace the roof.
Yes.
Are you saying that there would be no need for any other sort of temporary structural reinforcement as you did that work? Because if you read the geotech, it implies that there could be some repiling, or are you not qualified to answer that?
I'm not qualified in that sense, but you'd be taking, say, a 25-ton roof off, hypothetically, if that's, you know, roughly, replacing it with maybe a new iron roof of 5-ton. You would have to do timber work underneath, which wouldn't, you know, you'd do that when all the roofing's been taken off as such. So the weight of the roof as it stands now is putting extra pressure and stress on the rest of the house, and crippling the house as such. Putting a lighter weight roof on, you know, later on would be helping the roof, taking that pressure off the house as such. If that sort of answers your question.
Can I add also from my architectural practice experience, often what we find in taking off a lot of weight at the top of a tall-ish building and replacing it with a lightweight is, while the roof is off, there's opportunity to do other bracing or reinforcing that might be helpful from a structural point of view in the roof plane, provide diaphragm action. Often with buildings of this vintage, the connections between roof plane, wall plane and floor plates is pretty meaningless. And there's an opportunity while the building's open to address that. I think different from the roof, but sort of related, is the geotechnic responses to the paucity of the bearing capacity of the ground. Taking weight off the building is really great, but we still need to address making good the pile foundations of the building.
All right, thank you.
I love it when architects come and say, when you're halfway through doing something, "Wait, why don't we do this as well?" Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, good one. Just one general question, Mr. Wild, if I might, with you. Your assessment and on some of the other matters that you've been involved in as well is consistently lower than council's assessment. Can you just why is that, I guess, is the generic question.
I attended the expert caucusing late last year and was mindful through the conversations we had then that the assessment criteria and then the appraisal overall of putting each of those components into the pot and giving it a good stir and coming up with an overall position in terms of heritage assessment was trying to actually raise the bar a little from where council had first set off. We can't save everything. We need to be looking for the good stuff, and this, in my mind, isn't quite there. And I guess that's the differential that I'm seeing between my assessments and those of the others.
Well, it's a very generous half hour. Yes, right. But thank you very much. That's, I mean, that's helpful presentation, and well, obviously we'll hear something more from council on this matter before we make our determination on it. But you've represented your issue very well, so thank you both, and your support staff. Thank you. We now, if I can find my schedule. Miss Osborne and Mr. McRoberts, which is a yeah, by all means sit down, Miss Osborne. Is this for now or later? Later. Okay. I'm aware that you're talking on the issue of the Mahurangi flats.
Yes.
But you're also aware, I understand, that you've been advised that in actual fact the further submission you've made is on a submission that is no longer being pursued, and therefore technically, and let me be clear, technically we can't actually do anything with your submission because that's the way it goes. But I'm happy for you to talk to us for 5 minutes or so on the matter. Okay?
Sure. Just given what you've said, so you're saying that no matter what we say today, it's done and dusted as far as...
We really can't take it any further because the nature of further submissions is they have to be on what's called an original submission, and when that original submission is withdrawn or not pursued, then the further submission just falls away unless it can be attached to another one. So we can't really do anything with it unless somebody tells us a magic way of doing that. That's where we're at.
Yeah. That's unfortunate because I think we've got some good stuff, like the gentleman was just saying.
Yeah.
Liam, can I ask you...
Kia ora. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear. Did you hear just what I just indicated to Ms. Osborne? Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah,
where we're at.
that's it.
So we're in a situation where we can't do anything with the further submission that you've made. But I mean, if you just want to talk for 5 minutes, be my guest.
I mean, it's incredibly disappointing because Trish and I, this is probably another situation with communication in council, and neither of us were aware of Mahurangi being not being pursued. And myself and of course Trish and a group of other architects put the building forward on behalf of being receiving an Enduring Architecture Award in 2008. And it's part of a larger body of really good work by Rod Smith. So, yeah, it's I don't really know what to say really. It's wasting our time. So, yeah, it's
Are you able to tell us the next time that the council will be undertaking something similar? Because we sort of feel like...
We don't have that information, and I don't know whether council has anything on the current work programme which might be a plan change in any to pick things up that fall by on this one. I'm getting don't knows on that, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just that we seem to have been there at the very beginning or before the beginning of Plan Change 9, but completely neglected throughout. We have been keeping an eye out for updates. Yesterday was the first that I actually heard officially that the prior submissions that we had supported had been not progressed. We are part of a body corporate that is fortunately working to conserve the buildings anyway, because we do recognise that they do have architectural value. So I think we will just say thank you very much for the opportunity to at least speak, and I'll let Liam close out. He's in London, so he needs to get to bed soon.
I mean, the matter of the flats and the matter of the architectural awards and so on. Obviously, that's now been highlighted. So, that has been achieved. But I'm afraid that's about as far as we can go.
So when you say it's been highlighted, how will this be noted for the future?
Well, council is now aware of it.
Okay.
So, yes, so thank you for trying to attend today. I appreciate that. But as I say, there's not much point in us pursuing something we can't pursue.
Sorry, can I just
clarify
get
something?
you to hold for a second? I just want to confirm exactly what the status is of the original submission.
Right.
I've just checked with Ms Walmsley. It appears that the original submitter has communicated to Hamilton City Council and said words to the effect that they're no longer pursuing their original submission. And I haven't seen the communication. I mean, clearly that's consistent with what's happening, because they haven't turned up and haven't asked to produce any evidence to support their submission. So it seems on the face of it that they have indeed withdrawn their original submission. But
we
I
don't
haven't
have that.
seen that.
Right,
And I just wonder whether it might be efficient to hear this evidence because the participants are here, and then I will confirm with the panel exactly what the position is with the original submission. If it has indeed been officially withdrawn, the evidence can be struck from the record. But if it hasn't been withdrawn, they're just simply producing no evidence to support it. This evidence could remain on as part of the record. Is that a practical way through?
Ms Osborne, I mean, I'm happy to proceed on that
I'm happy
basis.
to do this.
Yeah.
Let's take
Yeah,
that shot.
that sounds.
Yeah.
I guess the confusion would be the original submission, because both Trish and I are original submitters.
No, we're not actually, and we're supporting
All right,
submitters.
you have your argument outside of the room, and let's hear it. Let's hear what you say. Right.
Yep.
So let's wind the clock back, and you sit down and introduce yourself, and away we'll go.
Okay. So I am Patricia Osborne. I am the owner of one of the owners of Unit 3, 13 May Street in Hamilton East. This is Liam McRoberts, who is the owner of the unit next door, Unit 4. Liam is a New Zealand registered architect currently on his OE in London. I have a diploma in architectural technology, which means that I have a small amount of architectural knowledge, leaning towards mostly drafting, but I have a personal interest in architecture, and have done so for a long time. The complex that we own our units in is a mid-century modern build. It was built in 1968. The design was drawn up by Roger Brown of Mercer Brown Architects, and we're not entirely clear on the reasons, but it was handed off to Rod Smith of Smith, Clark and Grant to complete. It is a scheme of 7 units plus a separate owner's dwelling. It was owner built, and the block of units were rented out. The owners lived on site. Thus far, it is in its original condition. It is a beautiful example of a mid-century modern build in concrete block. I'm actually just going to hand over to Liam now, because...
Right.
Thanks, Trish.
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I suppose if I was to read from my evidence, that might be perhaps best. But yeah, it's a humble scheme. It's consists of 7 attached flats, single bedroom, and a detached 2-bedroom dwelling, which was originally designed for the owner, who engaged Roger Brown, and then the flats were subsequently rented out, we believe. In many ways, it's no different to mid-century architecture of the time. It's raw concrete block, galvanized iron, timber, native timber. Its departure point, I suppose, would be the 40-degree pitch roof, which is sort of signature of Rod Smith at the time. And he was greatly influenced by Scandinavian and European architecture. And this allows probably the best qualities of the flats. The internal volume of the flats are really, really nice. The 40-degree pitch produces an incredible 4.5 metre high ceiling, 55 square metre footprint, but for single bedroom flats, they're really, really nice. And I suppose it's really, Trish and I, I think today it's more relevant than ever, good housing in Aotearoa, as we all know. There's a worsening housing crisis. It's increasingly reliant on the private sector. And good housing and good architecture needs to be recognised and protected. I spent a lot of time in Hamilton before I moved to London, between Hamilton and Auckland, and it's impressive. It was impressive at the time to see the changes going on in Hamilton, particularly Hamilton East, and the intensifications taking place. But what is evident is the quality of the architecture, and it's very much driven by profit and metrics. So we don't have a lot of housing in New Zealand that's recognised, that's heritage listed or protected. I could point to most recently the Gordon Porter Towers in Wellington, an incredible social housing tower that we've unfortunately lost, and the Arlington estate. And so, while this is not a social housing scheme, it's still an incredible housing scheme that could very much be a social housing scheme. But the point is that we need to be recognising and protecting good housing. I think.
If I could just cut in, Liam.
Yeah.
The point is that I think all of us probably, well, maybe I'm assuming I am, many people have lived in normal sort of concrete blocks of flats in Hamilton. It's a fairly common experience. I know I've done it. Mahurangi is different. It is well considered. The spaces are small, but they don't feel small. There are courtyards there which cater to residents. There is space to live rather than just come home, shut the door, go out the door again in the morning, climb in your car. It's a well-considered property. And it is beautiful. There are trees. It is built with good consideration to green space and the environment. And we are doing our best to keep the body corporate motivated, to keep the building in good condition and move it forward. Obviously, we need to do that with its heritage in mind, even if we don't have heritage protection, because it is something unique. As soon as you walk onto the property, you'll become aware that you're not at a normal block of flats. And so the architect Matt Grant, who I know a little bit, has said to me that heritage, just something being old, is not sufficient reason to protect it as heritage, especially if it's not being looked after or it's not, embodying something that can't be found elsewhere. And I would say that Liam and I are here today because Mahurangi is something that we both feel very passionate should be looked after much better than it has been in the past, and we're only just beginning to achieve that now, and we fully intend to keep moving forward with that as a hallmark, that Mahurangi is a place that is well looked after, so that it can be continued to be toured by architecture students, for example, from Auckland University, which is one of the things that has been offered. That tour was actually cancelled owing to COVID, but it is of relevance. It's been seen to be of relevance by the NZIA in granting the award, and it is seen to be of relevance when people do tours of architecture in the Waikato. So I think that's just why we're here today, is to have our say and say, please look at it before you decide to completely overlook it. That said, I have heard what you've said today, and I do understand that this is part of a broader process, but I do thank the gentleman for looking into it a little bit more and letting us have our say. Very grateful. For me, that's it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Osmond. Just questions?
Just one question, Ms. Brown. We've got some photos there of the interior of one of the units. Are all the units interiors, are they similar? Are they, in terms of the maintenance and quality, or have they been modified over the time?
There are, in the main block, there are 4 units currently that retain the original layout, and also the original finish. I think there are 2 units that have the entire interiors with the bare concrete block retained where it was originally put. Both of Liam's and my units have been painted. The woodwork has been retained. We've also altered ours to include breakfast bars, which I don't think is an argument against heritage value. If anything, I think it says that these are enduring. They do still remain relevant. They can be, altered to accommodate, the way we live now, which I think is an argument in favour of the enduring architecture. Good design lasts, I think, is what I'm trying to say. If you design something well, it can be adapted easily. If it's not designed well, you're more likely to need to alter it significantly to get it to work.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond. Thank you,
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
McRoberts. Thank you.
Thanks, Liam.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
We will take a break shortly, but I think if Christina McCalman is here, I think yours will be very short, since yours is supported by staff, which is helpful. So you're representing FERG?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. With me is Margaret. Margaret Sales is also one of the residents.
Sorry, last name, Margaret?
Sale. S-A-L-E, for sale.
Thank you. I think you've been before, haven't you, Ms. Sale?
Yes.
Yes, I thought, right. Right, where you go?
Lovely. So firstly, just very quickly, just want to say thank you and good morning. As per our submission, or our statement of evidence, we wanted to just sort of put a face to our group, and the area that we live in is pretty much a little pocket that has been very much largely untouched since the 1960s and 70s. Many of the homes, as you will note with the statement of evidence, are fairly true to their original 1920s, 1930s design and feel. We are here to sort of say how much we support the extension of the HHA to include the Hamilton East area. And this is part of moving through into Taniwha Street, both sides, moving into Y Street, and then down into the lower block of Torrington Avenue. This area is clearly outlined in here. You can see it in the extension of the maps. There's 2 maps in there where it's covered off. And we agree and obviously support the evidence and information that was put forth by Richard Knock and Laura Galt. One of the things that I really did want to bring to the attention of the commissioners was that one of the major concerns of our residents in our area is that we are currently going through a PC9 or the HHA process, and then we've also got a impending PC12, which is around the intensification of exactly the area that is sort of sitting in this zone of time at the moment. So the area that's sitting where the proposed extension of the HHA, to our knowledge, is currently not covered by, as we go through this process and until it's defined, we are at risk through the intensification that is pending with the PC12. And it is one of the really major areas of concern. There is no protection for our area at that stage until it can take, as we all know, a period of time for things to move and morph and change and for things to be decided. But at the moment, we're sitting in a limbo area where there is no protection whatsoever. There is protection for the other area, which has been classed and deemed as of significance.
Right.
That's pretty much.
You may or may not be aware that 3 of the commissioners here are sitting on PC12 as well, so
I'm not aware. I'm completely.
We obviously need to draw a Chinese wall between those two.
Yeah, but I guess my it's not. I'm not here to talk about the changes in the.
No, aware of the concern.
Yeah, it's just that concern around the limbo and the time frame that is allowed there, and it does weigh heavily on a number of our residents.
Yeah. And I think council has indicated, I think Mr. Gord, you've indicated that you're comfortable with the wording, or is it Mr. Callaghan? I can't remember which. Comfortable with the wording that's proposed by Ferg as I think additions to the statement.
Yes, I've conferred with Mr. Knott and I'm happy with the changes to the wording.
Yep. Okay. All right. So, Ms. Sale, have you anything to add? You're a silent witness today, are you? Right.
Yes,
all right.
yes, support. Yes.
Right. All right.
Handed the baton down.
Yeah. Right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll now take a 15-minute break till, or slightly shorter than that, maybe back at 10:02, shall we? And try and catch up some time. And I think, yes, we have 2 more to catch up on. All right. All right, thank you, everybody. Let's resume. The next submitter on our list is, and I'm going to apologise for pronunciation of names here, but is it Ari Vukarasu or something similar? Is he here? Were they going to be online? Mary? Yeah. They're coming in, are they? Well, I decided that was the chicken's way.
Hello?
Okay. Is it, are we just online or are we videoing as well? Is it just? Oh, yes. Okay. All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, welcome. And we have, I don't know what you can see. You can see the four commissioners, can you, who are sitting up here at the top table? Right, so away you go.
So we won't take much of your time.
Thank you.
We've been listening to everyone. So Mr. Money owns 89 Fairview Street.
Yep.
And, he's got his own personal circumstances wherein he had an accident about 4 years ago and still unable to go back to work after multiple surgeries, and he's still trying to come out of it. And given the current interest rates going up, he finds it hard to keep the mortgage going. So he was waiting for the market to get better so that he could sell his property. Now his only concern at this stage is with the historic heritage area announcement. He's concerned that the value might drop and he's not going to be able to sell it at a price that he expected it to sell.
Right.
So it's purely his personal circumstances at this stage that is really concerning, because he had no intention of keeping the property. It's just the market circumstances. Currently, he's just waiting for the right market to sell. So that's his only concern.
Right. All right. So is he seeking to have the whole street removed from the HHA, or just his property? Just to be clear.
The whole street, obviously.
The whole street.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we understand the concern. Is there anything else that you want to tell us?
No, pretty much that's it. And he's open to the council buying it if they wanted to.
We don't have the power to direct that, much as we might like to at times, but no, we can't do that for you, I'm afraid. Just hang on there. Just see if there are any questions from the commissioners. Dave, have you any questions?
So I just want to get the location. So we're talking Fairview Street, which is in the potential Fairview Downs HHA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that clarifies. Thank you.
Any questions?
Because the property itself, I think, was built in 1979.
Yeah.
The building itself doesn't hold much value at this stage.
Yeah.
Just more land, and he's just concerned about limitations it would have once it goes into a historic heritage area.
No, well, that's fine. That's understood. So thank him, and thank you for representing him today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, right. You right. Well, next is it Mr. Papesh and Dr. Keegan, and this is in relation to Huitu Rangiora Urban Marae, I think, isn't it?
koutou. E tuake au ki te mii, ki te whare nei, tāni whakapiripiri, I roto I te kaupapa nei, te kaunihira o Kirikiri roa, o tira I mihi ana kia koutou tuku whā, ngā kai komi ana mo tēnei kaupapa, te kaunihira whānui tonu, kei te mihi atu ki te ratiriti, hei tohu I te kirimana I Wainganui I ngā iwi, me te mai hoki kia koe hoki Mary e hapai ana I tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Ko tāku no he tuake ki te mihi kia koutou, me te whakatau I te kaupapa nei. Ara, te noho o tō tātou marae a hui te rangi ora I raro I te chāki o te Heritage Trust. I runga I te whakaaro ki au nei ko te Heritage, he tū hono hono ki tō tuakiri, he tū hono hono ki tō whakapapa. Nō reira, koera te wāhi nei kia mātou, nō reira, e tikana kia noho pera. Nō reira, miki mai I tō mātou whakapapa, mihi ana kia koutou, koutou whakapapa. Mai o Waikato taunui, ngā whakapapa ki rungi a koutou, te tai tokerau, tēnā koe, o tira a koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou.
E hara taku toa I te toa takitahi, engari taku toa I toa takitini. My strength does not come from me alone, but from many others and those who work with me, those who work together. This is the basis for Huiterangi Ora Marae. I am privileged to be daughter of foundation members, whānau, who built Huiterangi Ora Marae and made it happen. The first two were Peri and Haki Kio. In 1962, they worked with Father Walls around procuring some land to build a marae within Hamilton City so that we Māori had somewhere to stand, to call our own, and especially somewhere to lay our dead and those of our loved ones who have passed away. That was the main reason. So Mr. and Mrs. Kio, Auntie Peri and Uncle Jack worked with Father Walls to make this happen. For many years, they worked hard fundraising, and so, of course, the wharekai and the kouta and also the chapel was built, and then a few years later, in 1974, Tu Wairea, the wharenui was built. I need to tell you that we do not, as Huiterangi Ora Catholic Marae Incorporated, we do not own the land. We are the caretakers of the land. We are the caretakers of the wharenui, the wharekai, the environment. We are the caretakers of the whakapapa of our whānau. We are those left behind doesn't sound too good, but we are here and our tupuna are there. But we are here to carry on with the legacy that has been left to us by our whānau, by our parents, by our grandparents, from my nephew. So my parents are his grandparents, and he's got grandchildren, and I've got great-grandchildren. So it must carry on. It needs to be protected. Certainly, it is in need of heaps of repair. Over the last 3 years, we have been doing on and off repairing when our finances are a little bit better in the bank as far as our bookings are concerned, then we will do some more repairing. Other than that, we will take a few weeks off and not do some more maintenance or anything like that. That's how it's been working the last few years. We pay the rates and have been, ever since I've been on the committee, which has been since 2009, we pay the rates under the Roman Catholic Bishop and also under the Catholic Māori Mission. Those are the rates that are paid, and also the insurance for the buildings. So it is our responsibility to maintain the repairs and maintenance, and as you can appreciate, that is hard work and involves a lot of fundraising. What else can I say? It's more than having a material interest. It's around our hononga ki te whenua, it's around our tūranga waiwai, it's around our whakapapa that we represent from those whānau, from our tipuna who were there before us. And for us to ensure that it carries on, that we have that responsibility, and it's the way it is. And we're happy to have that responsibility as it should be. It is in very good use. We have kapahaka there, we have wānanga reo there, we have Plunkett organisation, Plunkett comes there regularly for young mothers. We have District Health Board there, come there for many pōwhiri for their staff. We do have council have come over the years. Before Wintec got Te Kōpū o Mānia, Wintec staff and also different programs would use Huichirangi Ora. We have the Catholic primary schools use Huichirangi Ora, St Columbus, St Pius. We also have Mairo Intermediate, Norton Primary School. Sacred Heart Girls College have retreat at Huichirangi Ora. We're very privileged too that it is a pan-tribal marae. We do follow Waikato Tainui Kawa. But we also have strong involvement from Te Moana Nui a Kiwa with the Samoan and Fijian and Kiribati communities using Huichirangi Ora marae. We are really, really keen to have Huichirangi Ora marae recognised and taken under the protection of built heritage, which is our dream and our vision. Koira, ko mutu taka kōrero, I nai anei, anei tō maua waiata. Ko hui te rangi ora, ko hui te rangi ora, e ngā iwi, e ngā waka, e ngā karangatanga o ngā hauewha. Nau mai, haere mai, tēnā tātou.
Tēnā kaurua, e rere atu nei te mihi, te tai o mihi o te tai tokurau ki a kaurua. Tēnā koe I tō mihi mai, tēnā koe I tō tāpaitanga mai, me tō waiata a tāhua mai nōki. Tēnā rawa atu kaurua. He pātai āku. So, I ki mai koe, you don't own the land. Just wondered who is the owners of the land and do they support the listing? Kia ora.
It's the Roman Catholic Bishop of Hamilton, and he doesn't know I'm here. Kei te pai, mainly because I only found out yesterday because I thought my email had gone in and it hadn't. And so we're just ever so grateful, Mary, which is why my nephew mihi to you, that it was able to get on the table. So I haven't had a kōrero with him. We are meeting with him this Sunday. We think they may be in dire straits. So that's another take. When I say they, the Catholic Church, that's another take. And I think he wants to talk about the viability of the marae. However, the marae has not closed. The mahi has gone on. So that's another take. So tēnā koe mō tērā.
Ka pai. So at this stage, they're not aware that you've made a supporting submission for this?
No.
Ka pai.
No. And also because our whanaunga Tom Roa had supported it right from the beginning.
Yes.
So we whakapapa to the same place as Tom Roa, which is why we've followed it through.
Yeah.
And I thought if we get it over the line, then I'll talk to the bishop. We'll see how it goes on Sunday for our other hui.
Ka pai. And you said it's pan-tribal, but by that you mean it's Ngā Hauewha marae? Ka pai.
Yes. And that was the purpose, because many whānau Māori migrated to the city for mahi and could not go back to Te Tai Tokerau. The Kios came from Te Tai Tokerau, actually.
Tēnā koe.
Pere and Haki Kio, they came from there. And he worked for the railways, so they were moved down here. And they wanted to have somewhere where they could gather, but particularly where we could mourn together. And whakanuia too, but mainly that. Yeah.
And so since it opens, it's been continuously in use for that purpose?
Yes.
Ka pai.
Yes.
Ka pai. Well, kua pau taku puna pātai, nō reira tēnā anō kaurua.
Whai.
You?
Moana, thank you very much for your presentation. I just have one question and maybe some information that may be of assistance in your discussions on Sunday. Is that I can appreciate that you see the listing of the marae as recognising its mana as a place for its users. However, the listing also comes with some extra restrictions and obligations under the district plan over what you can do to the buildings. And I just wondering that the Bishop might say to you, he might ask you a question along those lines as to obviously the ongoing viability of the marae might connect to its ability to do various things. And so I just want you to be aware of the fact that those obligations might prevent you from, I don't know, changing the building in a certain way.
I'm aware of that.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
All right.
yes. We're quite alone. We're a very small committee, at the moment 5, and we have a lot of mahi to do in that area. Bishops come and go, which is something that we have to work with also, but our whānau carry on. It's the first marae that was built in Hamilton City. I mean, my mother was a member of Ngāti Hamutana before this even happened. And I can, like on our committee, I'm the oldest because I'm the only one alive who can still remember things. But that's a good thing too. Yes, I'm very much aware of the buildings, about guidelines and standards and what you need to adhere to. But it would be really good to have that partnership, that we have someone, when I say we're alone, someone by our sides. I understand, this is just kōrero though, and it's not very good when it's third person, yes, that the bishop doesn't feel it's viable, but he's mainly talking about the side of, we haven't had a parish priest there for 10 years. He's talking about that side of things. And it's very difficult these days to have Catholic Māori priests also available. So, because the Catholic Church has not helped with any pūtea, any funding.
But
Right, thank you.
the current state is very fit for purpose as it is. So in terms of building restrictions, that's probably not a major concern.
Certainly not the wharenui anyway.
So in terms of tangihanga and the various hui that happen, it's very fit for purpose as it is right now.
It would probably be helpful, and would certainly be of assistance to us if in actual fact we got an indication from the bishop that in actual fact they were supportive of listing or considering scheduling anyway. It's a bit hard to move forward when the landowner hasn't indicated one way or other whether they support or don't support. I don't know whether it's your intention to discuss this with your meeting with him on Sunday, but if the opportunity did arise and you had that conversation and then you could advise us through council just what that outcome is, that might actually assist your case.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll definitely do that. I'll play it by ear to start with.
Yeah. And then we'll have to see what council's response to it is, because at the moment council hasn't indicated, I think either way, Ms Cadigan, I think you've not reviewed, I think, is your current situation.
That's right, it was one of the ones omitted from the Waikato Heritage Group's evidence.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for coming and thank you for alerting us to this prospect, and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you very much. Tēnā
Is
koutou.
there any particular reason why you're seeing him on a Sunday rather than a Monday? Yes.
Well, we're inviting him to say Mass first.
Okay.
Before we sort of say, okay, what are you going to do about us, you know, but yeah. So, and he's agreed, so that's really good. Tēnā koutou.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Right. Mr. Brown, Mr. Leggett, morning. It's good to see you've still got a job, Mr. Leggett.
Watch and wait.
Yes. Right. Right, where you go.
Thank you. Just a couple of opening comments from me, and then the majority of this discussion is for Mr. Brown, so I won't labour too much. Other than the primary overarching concern for us in respect of the evidence that Mr. Brown has filed still relates to that interplay between amenity versus historic heritage and the interplay of section 7C versus section 6F. We still have concern with respect to the detail of the thresholds. Where values are identified as significant or considerable or highly significant and outstanding, you won't see a dispute from us with respect to identification for historic heritage. We do, however, have concern where we're having conversations around moderate value, and from Kāinga Ora's perspective, that would take us to an amenity section 7C matter, as opposed to a section 6F historic heritage. You have two statements from Mr. Brown, the July statement and a summary statement for 15th of August. In that summary statement in particular, in paragraphs 2.4 through 2.7, there's a detailed assessment of those locations which Mr. Brown supports, primarily from support in either the full area identified by council or in part Hayes Paddock, Victoria Street, Hamilton East, Te Aro, Franklin Railway Village and Temple View, and with some modification Rero Street, Claudelands and Catanut Street. Kāinga Ora adopts that position and supports that recommendation and evidence of Mr. Brown. I think we've also said via legal memo some time ago around the support for those ones which council is withdrawing.
Right.
And most importantly for us, in terms of those areas where we still have concern, paragraph 2.7 of that evidence records 7 areas where Mr. Brown's evidence questions the historic heritage value of those locations, and from Kāinga Ora's position, we would seek those to be deleted. That's Fairfield Road, Matai, Hanau and Rata Street, Acacia Crescent, Ashbury Avenue, Wilson and Pinfold, Surrey Crescent and Chamberlain Place. In addition, there is also some commentary on the specific buildings to be listed. We have buildings within Pinfold Street and also in Bledisloe. You only have evidence with respect to Pinfold. The Bledisloe properties, as we understand that, also falls within the area of Hayes Paddock that would be appropriate for inclusion with HHA, and on that basis those are not opposed by Kāinga Ora, as the interplay between a scheduled building and the historic heritage area is such that heritage values need to be observed in that geography, so you don't have evidence opposing those, and those are not opposed by Kāinga Ora. That's probably it from me, unless there's any questions you have specific. Otherwise, I'll hand to Mr. Brown.
Just one from me. So there's the 7 areas that you've indicated that Kāinga Ora still oppose. Can you just clarify, does Kāinga Ora own properties in each of those areas?
I was just trying to get that clarified while I was shooting down the motorway.
So you've mentioned, I think, that you've got buildings in Penfold. So
Yeah.
that's one.
I can say we would, with confidence, because we've lodged certificate of compliance for demolition,
Yeah.
on 2/3 of those. I can't connect to the internet at the moment on the laptop. I can check the data that I've had come through to me on my phone and report back once Mr. Brown has addressed you, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. And
just before you go, I guess we would obviously be interested in the extent to which those demolition COCs cover the individual areas, because that might have quite a bearing on what remains, obviously. So is that information available?
What I can advise you for, of those 7 areas, the COCs that we have sought, not all fully implemented. Fairfield Road, Wilson and Penfold, Surrey Crescent and Chamberlain Place, all of the properties which we own in those geographies or in those proposed historic heritage areas are subject to application.
And just in terms of proportion, have you got sort of sense of what that?
Not available now. I can get that work done.
That would be helpful. I mean, obviously, if they constitute 60% of some of those areas, for example, that might make quite a material difference to our perception of them. Yeah.
Sorry, just another question to add to your homework. So you've said, I think you mentioned not all of them are fully implemented, but the intention is that they will be implemented. And I don't know whether you heard the discussion yesterday and the proposed rule carving out that exception where there is a COC, that there's that 5 year, it's a permitted activity to continue to demolish within that 5 years. So is that the intention, that they will be implemented and that will occur within 5 years? Prior to 22, yeah, okay, so that, yeah. When were the COCs granted?
I don't believe we have all of them granted.
Okay, so that some of them are still in.
We have them all lodged, and
couple.
we have requested some to be processed, buildings demolished, so that we can undertake construction activity. The intention behind lodging them was in the event that we needed to demo the property subject to this process, that being precluded, that we would then seek to enact the COCs. Our preference would not be to enact them as a result of this process, but if required, that is why they're lodged.
Right, I understand that, thank you.
Thank you, sir, and commissioners. Thank you. As Mr. Liggett's pointed out, I've prepared 2 statements. One is a summary statement, and it's been broadly covered in Mr. Liggett's introduction there. But just to identify, my name is John Edward Brown. I'm providing expert evidence on behalf of Kāinga Ora in relation to the historic heritage areas, and also in discussion on the Penfold Avenue duplex sites as individually scheduled historic heritage places. I've previously provided statements of evidence on these matters and attended the expert conferencing in November 2023, which looked at the introduction of a new threshold system to an alignment of the methodology for individual places alongside historic heritage areas, and I consider that it's appropriate that both those types of analyses use the same method for consistency, and that's a process that's well documented and adopted elsewhere, for example Christchurch and Wellington and also Auckland. So the supplementary evidence was produced just to address that fact that there's been a sort of a shift in the idea around the method. And in doing that, I re-examined a number of the proposed HHAs, which I considered were borderline in my previous evidence. My view of them is, and they are listed in 2.7, my view of these locations: Fairfield Road, the Matai Hinau Ratau Streets, Acacia Crescent, Ashbury Avenue, Wilson and Pinfold Street, Sar Crescent and Chamberlain Place. I consider that these places exhibit character. They demonstrate, in particular for a number of those ones, they demonstrate a state house character, which is a natural result of their development. But I haven't seen anything within the evidence that was presented initially or subsequently, or even in terms of my own assessments, where there are factors that take these above and beyond the identification of a characterful place as opposed to a historic heritage place under section 6F. And I think the Pinfold Avenue duplex is quite an interesting one to sort of identify here, because I'm aware of similar places in Auckland that have been scheduled with considerable more information and evidence to demonstrate that value. So, for example, Penfold Avenue in Auckland, Pelham Avenue, Pelham Avenue, and they are the first state pensioner houses that have been identified as being constructed in the country, and there's a very good assessment produced by Auckland Council to demonstrate that evidentially, and it shows their connection to the architects. It's got their plans, and it's got newspaper articles and all of those sorts of things that tell that story. When I looked at the Pinfold Avenue ones here, what I took from the evidence that was presented was actually it's quite generic and related to Hamilton generally. That's been repeated to the extent in the original assessments where in fact they get the site address numbers mixed up in the evaluation fields at the end. So number 21 is also referring to 13. That tells me that really what's driving that is the idea of an aesthetic that seems to be quite interesting on the face of it, but hasn't been demonstrably proven to be something more than that. What we do know is that they were built in 1953, thereabouts. That's the date given from the evidence I provided from the property records, and again, that's after the first Labour government, so that association with the first Labour government is not what is stated to be in the evaluation reports. So my concern is not so much that there might be interesting examples of that type, but my concern is that they're not evidentially proven to be significant such that it should be scheduled. And similarly, that runs on to the wider historic heritage areas. You will have received some time ago my analysis of the Fairfield Road sites, and I've also included additional analyses using those the Hamilton City methodology for Winfield, Wilson and Pinfold Street, Sale Crescent and Chamberlain Place were the three I got to. In those cases, again, it's a sense of, yes, there's a clear character, but I don't see anything beyond the generic nature of the place of a state house development as demonstrating it is so significant it should be scheduled. So that's really where I've come down to in my assessment of those places. What I would say is that there is, by contrast, clear evidence for places like Templeview and Hayes Paddock where it's evidential that they are significant, and also in the case of Hayes Paddock, probably nationally significant. So that's my view of it, is that therefore, with these places only sort of getting up to, I suppose you might call it, a kind of moderate level of interest, I don't think that then would meet the threshold for being included. And I think Mr. Wild earlier made the point about this sense of a bar being raised. I think it's a reasonable point. And I think the submitters on the Maharangi Flats also made a very interesting couple of points, one of which was the statement that as soon as you're there, you're aware of something different. And that struck me as quite an interesting aspect, because one of the things I'm struggling to sense here is what is different about these places compared to other places. And that's why I've come to those conclusions. I've done similar work on behalf of Kāinga Ora in Christchurch, for example, and I've supported some of those areas being historic heritage areas, because I think that the evidence there has demonstrably made that clear. So for me, it's just lacking for these ones I've outlined, and that's really where I'm coming from. If there's any questions.
Just on that quote that you said, that as soon as you're aware of something different. I mean, it might be that you are aware of something different, but it's what we have to look at is the strength of that difference, isn't it?
That's right. That's right.
I mean, you know, we've had a number of originally proposed HHAs discarded.
Yes.
And back before that, we did site visits to each and every one of them. So I can relate to the statement about as soon as you're there, you're aware of something different. And some of them we went into, and yes, you were aware, but it was like, it's a bit mixed.
Yes.
It's been modified on certain sites, and maybe even originally it didn't quite have the strength of heritage that might have carried it through. So, you know, like they've been dismissed along the way. So we're now down to, it seems, your focus is on each of the ones you focused on are included in the list of 20 on the basis of either one high or two highs in the case of Chamberlain and Sea. And I guess that's why you're focusing on them, apart from Kāinga Ora's interest. So does it... I noted before that yesterday that you all agreed in your JWS experience that, you know, this comparative analysis was quite important to, you know, what stayed in and what didn't. Is that still the case? Is that still the case that we have to be aware of this sort of continuum?
Yes, sir. I think very much, and in particular where you're dealing with something like state housing developments, which are ubiquitous at a national level, there's the sense that you need to be able to benchmark through that comparative analysis what really does tell the story significantly, as opposed to just being part of that narrative. There's a distinction there. It's quite a nuanced one, but there's a lot of stock placed on the sort of connection between direct association with people and places, and I think the Chamberlain Place one is quite a good example, where it's been named, the road has been named after someone, but they have no connection to it. There's no, you know, they're a Commonwealth athlete, but they never lived there. They had nothing to do with the place other than they just got, oh, we'll take her name, you know, because she's current. So I think for me, the places that have those strong connections are the ones that have been clearly and directly associated with certainly the first Labour government work and the work of the architects and the planners involved in Hayes Paddock is a really good example, because I feel that when you go there, you do get that sense of awareness of an elevated quality of place. And that is because it's an undiluted version of their best foot forward, if you like, of their ideal way of presenting these to the communities. Whereas with others like Sar Crescent, and in fact submitted in the documents by Richard Knott himself, that these are watered down versions of that conversation, of that narrative. And so that's why I feel, yes, there's a character, yes, that's identifiable, but there's no direct connection, there's no strong link between I guess you might call it the effort that was involved in establishing, developing, and promoting and constructing those elements. By the time we're getting to this phase of the process, we're going through a kind of, that's already happened, and we're going through the sort of meal of yes, now we do the next one, now we do the next one, and gradually they devolve down, so they're not quite as impressive as the first ones. And maybe that's a budget thing, or maybe that's some other historical reason, but this tends to be what happens, is that in terms of focusing on, and I know you don't necessarily have to take the first or the best, but very often the first in this context is the best, the first example or the earliest example, or the ones that are most strongly associated with that ideal and best reflect it. And I feel that that's where that kind of, and we are talking about ones on the margin. They got one quality that's potentially higher or lower, and that would make the difference between them going on. We're not. So yes, there's naturally a discussion around it. I accept that, but my view of it is that's where it lies, and I think these are not quite making the grade.
Have you got a view about the extent of recognition of heritage buildings and areas in a town the size of Hamilton? I mean, I could just take what you've just said and say, we'll draw the line under Hayes Paddock and move on. That's all.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I would make the statement, I mean, surely that's not sufficient in terms of the heritage, the history of a town the size of Hamilton. It's got to be much bigger than that.
Well, there are other areas that also tell those other stories, and I think the thing is that it's not just about state housing for the heritage areas. So I've looked at a variety of the different areas. So the strong ones that come through are those ones that do have that kind of connection to a community or a connection to a place as the genesis of those locations, because there's an underlying narrative and history that then feeds into it. There's often also numbers of individual scheduled buildings that are within those areas, like in Hamilton East, that reinforce and enhance that narrative. So I don't think it's a size thing. You might look at, say, Napier and go, whole of Napier, Central City, that's a heritage area, it's a World Heritage Site, or something like that. And there are certainly places like that. Dubrovnik, for example, the whole town, the centre of the historic town. The whole town is a World Heritage Site. So it's not necessarily to do with scale, but I do think that in relation to the context of the state housing, which is something that's seen on a national level, you do need to look across that scale at a national level as well. Yes, Hamilton might have Hayes Paddock, but there's also Palmerston North, there's places in Auckland, there's places in Wellington. So that story is presented nationally, and I think because it's a national programme, that's also an important aspect of it.
I mean, within Hamilton, we've become aware that there are a number of different typologies of state houses. Should we be looking at making sure that the best example of each is present in our HHOs?
My view of that is that there's a number of typologies, and they are, when you go around the areas, you'll see duplexes or two-storey buildings or units or apartments, and you'll see them across each of those different areas. They're sort of mixed up very often. So it's not like there's, other than possibly Chamberlain Place, which is kind of quite bespoke, small location, you get that variety. What I would say as well is that, again, at that national level, you're sort of looking across different areas and saying, well, we do see those here, we do see those there. The first examples of pensioner housing was built in Auckland, for example. Let's protect those. Then we've got Savage Crescent, let's protect that. So there's there is that opportunity to experience that across the country as well. Whereas in some places, in terms of some of the other developments, they are quite bespoke and local, and they're distinct to that place. And you might think of the Arrowtown, for example, with the gold mining. And that's quite a distinct place, or Waihi is another one, again, gold mining there. So they've got very bespoke stories, if you like, Oamaru, because of the stone that was used. And that's particular to that town. It is, you do find it elsewhere, but it's a particular feature of that town. It reminds me of going to Malta, where everything was built out of the same limestone, every single building. So there are particular aspects to those things that lend themselves to local identification. But I also think that in the case of some of the more broader national infrastructure, you need to look at that nationally as well and balance that.
You almost seem to be saying that with respect to that there's no room for the vernacular, that it's either national or not at all. Is that unfair in terms of how you're characterising things? I mean, is there no room for for the local heritage, if you like, of a national beast?
No, there are vernacular examples, in my view, and it just so happens that with somewhere like Hayes Paddock, they're also at that national level, but they're equally local. They're distinct in relation to the river. The topography has defined it.
My question was, Hayes Paddock is a good example of both national and local. Is there no room for just local, even though it's a national type, if you like?
Well, I think there is room for some just local, and again with the example of the railway developments, that's unique to Hamilton. It's a unique environment to Hamilton, so that is local. It is also something else that has been seen as being of national importance, but first and foremost, that's a local response to a local condition. So I think there is entirely room for vernacular. Whether you identify areas that are characterful as being that strong, in these particular cases, I don't think so. Whereas in some of the other cases that I've supported, I think that is apparent.
I've made a table here of the ones that you support and the ones you oppose. The ones that you supported tend to be the outstanding ones, or the ones that have been classified as outstanding. And yet I think there's no support, or very, very limited support, for those that are characterised as high by council. Is that a threshold issue? I mean, have you just got a higher threshold there, or you have no, where are you placing? I mean, are any of the outstanding ones not quite outstanding but would be high? Is that where you've gone?
Yeah, I think so. Claudelands would be an example where you might see that as high rather than outstanding. But I think that in terms of a threshold process, the ones I'm concerned with are the ones where we're only getting that kind of one element, and that's usually the fact that it just happens to be associated with state housing. If that wasn't a development component, that historical component there, then would they even be scoring that at all? So it's not just the state housing ones, but it's mainly, that seems to me that we shouldn't default to a position of importance just because something reflects a particular aspect or characteristic, and that needs to be fully interrogated. And what I'm saying is that I don't see the evidence that allows me to support those at that level, whereas with the others I do. So that's, if you like, the threshold, if you like, for me is driven by the evidence that's presented.
Yeah, is there anything else that you want to tell us? I mean, understand that you have a difference of opinion, and you're very clear in terms of your analysis as to where you stand, and that's, as I've said to others, that's very helpful when we come to actually putting all these bits of paper together and deciding whether we're going to throw them all down the stairs and to pick a winner, or we're going to be more rational than that.
Well, the only thing to note is that because it was raised earlier, I haven't assessed these on the basis of any COC compliance for demolition. This is just my assessment in the raw, if you like, as they stand. So that's for me. That's not a character or a heritage assessment matter. That's a planning. Yes, you might need to consider it, but that's at a broader planning level rather than what I'm looking at.
Yeah. All right.
Just one more.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just before you go, one point of clarification and further reading was, you said that you've provided evidence on Fairfield Road, and I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't track my way back to where you actually did
It was an
that.
appendix in, which hearing would it have been? Probably the second or first hearing now, but it was appended to my 2023 evidence. I forget the date, but it may be June.
Right, so it's an appendix to one of the previous.
Yeah.
I can find it then, thank you.
I didn't re-include it just because it was killing it was crashing the machine because of the all the
So,
information,
and
but, yeah.
when you say you provided evidence on Fairfield Road, so that was of a nature where you actually went through the criteria and
That's correct.
and did rankings.
Yes, so
Yeah.
using the same methodology that I then adopted for these other sites, these other HIAs, I had at that time already been arguing that, in my view, that methodology should be consistent, and so that evidence was presented using the format for the Hamilton City Council built heritage criteria and also the Waikato regional criteria.
Was that your 6 October?
It may
evidence?
be, yeah,
I
maybe
think
the
it
6
was.
October evidence.
Yeah, I think it was.
And I think, again, the reason in particular was to demonstrate from my perspective that that methodology was perfectly adequate to be used for areas as well. So that's why.
It was the 6 October. Yeah. All right. Mr. Leggett, any final comments?
I've just been doing my homework. I can't, just to Commissioner Morrison-Shaw's question, I can't give you a proportion because I don't hold the full account of all properties. I can give you what we have by way of land parcels within each of the HHOs that are discussed in that 15th of August brief of evidence. For Hayes Paddock, it's 44 parcels. For Hamilton East, it's 14. Te Araha Street is 14.
Sorry, repeat that last one.
Te Araha Street is 14.
14.
Rero Street is 1. We have applications for COC filed for Hamilton East, all of those properties, and Rero Street.
So for all 14?
Claudelands is 6 properties. For the ones that and those would be affected by the support or partial support of those areas. So they relate to the areas identified in Mr. Brown's evidence.
Yep.
For those where we seek removal, which is paragraph 2.7, Fairfield Road, 23. Matai Hanau Rata Street, 7. Acacia Crescent and Ashby, we don't hold property. Wilson and Pinfold is 20. Surrey Crescent is 23. Chamberlain Place is 22. We have COCs lodged against those properties in paragraphs 2.7. And just one observation on that, if you were to retain those HHAs, and retain the rule relating to permitted activity for demolition. If that was to be your option, we would say that you need to be careful around the date granted, because we'd end up in a circumstance where we may have COCs legitimately granted post that date, that then the rule would circumvent.
Yeah.
So that would need careful consideration if you are to reference a date. More is, we would say, is there a valid certificate of compliance at the time of the demolition occurring?
So, do you know offhand how many of those COCs that are granted were pre-2022, or that date in 2022? I can't remember what month it was. July, was it?
Yeah. My understanding of the 195 that we've lodged, we have only sought and actioned 2.
Oh, right, okay. So that's not material, right. Okay. Anything else here?
I would find it helpful if we could have what you've just given us in writing, just as a note. That would be very helpful for me.
All right, thank you very much, and appreciate the evidence and the statements. That's useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And KO gets the last word, almost. There's always a reply, of course, but yes. Right. Well, that's the end of formally, that's the end of submitters from scheduled. And just to note now that we are just, we'll come to reply. Mr. Muldowney, what do you want to do?
I think we'll get straight into it. You made it pretty clear you wanted to be out by lunchtime, so I'm not going to ask
10 minutes, fantastic.
I'm not going to ask for lunchtime to prepare, so
okay.
if you can just forgive me if it jumps around a little bit, but we'll get it done.
Yeah. And can I just check, you will follow this up in writing, will you?
We can, if that's your preference, we can put some notes down in writing that capture where we get to, but as best we can, I'll do my best to sort of cover the ground now.
Yeah.
And I will call on the team as we present, because there may be some planning and some expert heritage comments to make as we go. And so really what I wanted to do in closing was just sweep through what I thought were some of the matters that were left to return to in opening, and some of the key matters that have come up during the course of the last day and a half. So if there's anything else that strikes the panel as something you want to hear from me on, please, if you identify it, I'll do my best to cover it off. Right. So the first point I wanted to make was just returning to an issue that I think became a bit of a recurring theme through the opening, through Commissioner Morrison-Shaw, which was just the question of the status of the other plan change on cultural matters. There was a theme of questions about where that plan change or that proposed plan change was currently at in the program. And I've checked overnight, and there is some ongoing work being done in relation to that issue, but it is not part of the current program of plan changes, if you like, over the next 12 months. So it is not imminent. But I do have a couple of comments I wish to make in relation to where that leaves you. Firstly, I would say that as a matter of law, we need to make decisions based on this plan change and what is being proposed. So to that extent, it I think sits to one side. But that's not to say that there aren't elements of this plan change which are addressing cultural issues, and I do want to highlight a couple of elements which I think need to we need to be reminded of. The first is that the archaeological sites topic in this plan change was very much focused on important cultural sites, and so To that extent, this plan change is picking up an element of those sites of significance to Māori in terms of some of the archaeological sites that were identified. I mean, the vast majority were of a cultural nature. So there is that element of this plan change that's coming through. The other question that the Commissioner had was, I think, in relation to where cultural considerations might find their way into assessments relating to heritage matters. And I want to draw the Commissioner's attention to the assessment criteria for restricted discretionary and matters which relate to heritage. And the relevant provisions are in the assessment criteria E1, this is under the heritage values and special character. So E1 is the assessment criteria, and then if you navigate your way down to sub-issues or sub-paragraphs N, there is the extent to which proposal responds to matters raised in engagement with representatives of mana whenua. The next one, O, is the extent to which it makes provision for mana whenua representation on site for monitoring of earthworks or other aspects of the activity, where such representation has been sought by mana whenua in the engagement by the applicant and or in the cultural impact assessment prepared for the proposal through engagement with representatives of mana whenua. And then P, which ensures that the location, layout, design and method of carrying out the proposed works or proposal avoids, remedies and mitigates adverse effects on the cultural and spiritual values of the site to Māori, and considers the role and application of Mātauranga Māori and tikanga. So there's some hooks that are sitting within the assessment criteria. Whether the Commissioners consider that that's enough, or whether those could be further enhanced, I think it's probably a matter for you as decision makers, but the point is that there is that loop back sitting within the assessment criteria as it is being proposed. So that's the first theme I just wanted to address. The second is this question of cost, and really following on from the discussion we had yesterday, but also some of the matters that came up today, particularly in relation to the presentation by Mr. and Mrs. Pickett. And I just want to discuss a couple of elements of that. The first is that in the discussion yesterday, there was some discourse around, well, where's the right place to address costs? Is it in the Section 32 analysis, which determines whether or not a matter is listed? Or is there an opportunity for costs to become a factor in the assessment criteria of what you then do with a listed site? And there is a cost hook currently in the drafting of the provisions. So again, if you go to the assessment criteria, we're still in E1, and this is E1H. Which is consideration of the opportunities for remediation and the costs and technical feasibility of remediation. So there's a hook sitting in the assessment criteria where those considerations could come into play in an evaluation of a land use activity. The other thing that I think is relevant on this topic is that if you're dealing with a plan ranking B heritage item, which the Pickett item, for example, would be, demolition is a discretionary activity, so it's full discretionary. And so that would, to me, bring into play exactly the same kind of scenario that I think it was Mr. Wild talked about with that Euphrasie example. Where there was an application. Sorry, my phone is vibrating. There was an application, obviously made for demolition, which went to the Environment Court, and the court obviously engaged in this question of, well, what are the practical and feasible costs associated with remediation consistent with the heritage values, and weighed those costs against demolition and ultimately granted consent for demolition. So it seems to me that the same opportunities would be there for anyone who was facing a Plan B ranking discretionary activity. They could come to council and say, I need to get a consent for demolition because this is just simply not practical or feasible and from an economic perspective to try and maintain this building and bring it up to standard consistent with the heritage values. So I think the point I want to sort of really emphasise here is that it's not as if listing of the site consigns the site and the owner of the site to always maintaining heritage values. There is a pathway to say, in fact, for economic reasons, I should be entitled to clear the site and do something completely different. And so I think it's important to recognise that it's not quite as linear as one might expect. Whether or not that flexibility is enough to.
Yeah. So you're saying that that's in a resource consent scenario, sort of after the fact. But in the current exercise that we're in, it's only through the Section 32 weighing up that costs could enter into the fray.
Yes.
Where you can actually get beyond heritage.
That's right. But I think that the fact that you can have another look at costs and feasibility in the context of a land use activity after listing should have a bearing on your plan making decision. It's not as if if you list, that's the last time costs becomes relevant. It stays a live issue through the actual operation of the plan. And so it's not as if you take it off the table completely. You'll have the assessment criteria I've referred to. You've got full discretionary activity in terms of a demolition. So if anyone wants to say this is just not feasible, they can do so. So that's the point. If you find that, okay, costs doesn't carry the day in 32 terms and I'm going to list it, that's not to say that's the end of it forever. That's the point.
I guess also, I mean, I was looking for something perhaps in 1923A policy that in actual fact provided for that pathway as well. I accept that the assessment can provide it, but the policies are not obviously, and I know that's an inclusive bunch of policies,
yes,
of sub-policies, but it may be that we want to think about putting something
there. And I readily accept that, you know, it's one thing to have these considerations and some assessment criteria, but if they're not anchored in something higher order, like a policy or an objective, it's tough for an applicant. So I think that's an observation I'm on board with. I haven't actually thought about whether there's an amendment that could be made at that objective and policy level, but I recognise that if you were to take comfort in the submission I'm making, which is to say that if you list it, it doesn't need to be the end of the debate, I agree that a policy and objective anchor would be appropriate. No. I mean, I think we've got very broad.
It's very open.
It is. Yes. So that would be that. I think that's the key submissions I wanted to make in terms of the costs issue. Except to say, I mean, I do have to recognise, I think we all would, the presentation that Mr and Mrs Pickett gave today and the fact that it does engage in a very important issue, which is this question of where does the burden, there's a public benefit arising from protecting heritage for the community at large, and where the burden of that protection falls on the private individual rather than the public purse. I think it can be very challenging. the question, I think, in terms of the example we heard this morning really is what is that marginal heritage difference between a site that inherently has issues that would need to be addressed versus addressing it in a heritage way. And it's that marginal difference. If you are considering costs and where this burden should lay, I'd encourage you to be thinking about the marginal costs. I'm going to come back to built heritage items. I just want to quickly say something about historic heritage. Historic heritage areas. The first was that probably just picking up on the presentation from Kāinga Ora around the extent of the certificates of compliance for demolition. So my understanding of the situation was that at least 12 months ago, possibly more, it may have been, I think, just on the notification of this plan change or before, there was a sort of an omnibus application from Kāinga Ora that landed on the PGU unit for, I think, in excess of 100 certificates of compliance right across the city. And as I understand it, not many of them have actually been processed to the extent that certificates have issued. I think Mr. Liggett confirmed some numbers there. I think there were 195 lodged, and I think there's only a couple at least that have been actioned. So they're sort of in that, they're in the ether. And the question is, what do you do with them? My submission on this point is that the fact that there are certificates of compliance applications that have been lodged, currently not yet processed nor granted, is a relevant fact. But I don't believe that you should assume they will be granted, nor assume they will be acted on, to lead you to a sort of a factual conclusion that says the values that are identified in these HHAs today should be ignored on the assumption that there's going to be a certificate of compliance for demolition, which is exercised. I think you need to take the environment as you see it at the date of your decision in terms of your decision making. Now, if these certificates ultimately do get granted and are actioned, that will inevitably change the nature and character of and historic values of these HHAs, and that will be a matter for a reconsideration of the status of those HHAs at some future plan-making stage. But that's in the future. You've got to deal with what's in front of you now.
Yeah, accept that. And I guess what I was wondering as we were talking earlier is whether in actual fact this is because we know that the applications have been made, whether this is another asterisk point, which I mean, at a certain tipping point actually requires a reconsideration of the HHA rather than passive.
But you know, there is a big difference between a certificate that's been granted versus the applications that have been made. I mean, it just seems very, it seems quite challenging to reflect that there is an application for 195 certificates. I mean, how would you, I think there needs to be a resolution of that before you start reflecting it in the plan. Yeah. I mean, I think you're probably right. It's just a matter that's on the table, and it's just a matter of how we deal with it. We can deal with it narratively in the decision. Yes. And that might be the way that we end up dealing with it. As I say, my primary submission on this point would be that you should take the environment as you see it. Yep. There was, I think, a question about the Commerce Street and the Bridge Club extents, and I can confirm that there is, at this stage from the city and its expert, no change to the evidence that's previously been provided on that. There was also a question, I think, about whether or not the reduced extent of the Fairview Downs proposal changed anything from Mr. Nott's perspective and the evidence that was provided yesterday. Now, on this, I was hoping for a simple answer, but like everything. Like everything about HHAs, it's not simple. So I would have liked to have been able to sit here and say nothing changes, but based on the brief exchange of emails I've had from Mr. Knott overnight, it's more nuanced than a simple nothing changes. So what I propose to do is, if I may, with leave, present a very short written note from Mr. Knott, which reflects on the evidence that was given yesterday to assist you in your decision making, but it will be obviously confined to what was presented yesterday and won't go beyond that. But the short point, as I understand the question, is does the reduction in the extent of what is being proposed somehow potentially changes view, which initially was that it didn't warrant scheduling. So I will, I'll speak to Mr. Knott and make sure that we can get something into you within a week, which deals with that issue. And closes that one out.
If the response comes back, yes, it lifts it above the line, you might also want to advise us then what the heck we do with that, because that might change things in terms of other parties, maybe.
Well, that's the issue. One of the issues is that it starts to spin out into the, okay, right, if we're serious about this, you know, we need to return to sort of notification questions and all sorts of things. So, which I think I flagged it originally, but we haven't returned to because Mr. Knott was saying it's an absolute no. So I need to test that a little closer and see whether or not, you know, exactly what his final position is going to be. So I'll deal with that and then come back to you with, as I say, within 7 days on that point. If we then come back to built heritage items, and I just want to, this is where I may, if I can, just rely on the team just to jump in at the right moment. So I firstly want to deal with the Hamilton City Council promoted heritage items and the contests that we've heard. So the first was in relation to Hammond Street, and that's the Mr. and Mrs. Pickett property. And I've addressed you on the cost issue, but I will just invite Ms. Cadigan if there was anything you wish to comment on in relation to Mr. Wild's evidence that was presented this morning, beyond anything that you've already said.
No, nothing Mr. Wild said this morning has changed my perspective on 13 Hammond Street. I am just finding the right section of my rebuttal, though. I would like to highlight Mr. Wild's reference to Sir Edmund Hillary's former house, which I've addressed at paragraph 32 of my rebuttal evidence. That explains that that property was never subject to a built heritage assessment, and so that connection between a person and their residence was not tested. So in my view, it's not a particularly relevant example. And the same goes for the second property that he referenced this morning, Coolangatta, which actually predates Sir Edmund Hillary's house in terms of its demolition, and the same thing applied. It was brought to the council's attention, based on my understanding, at the time it was listed for sale. And so again, it's never gone through a process to be assessed for those values.
There was in Mr. Wild's presentation some emphasis placed on, I think, the dispute that he had with you regarding the actual nature of the architecture, and I think there was just debate about arts and craft and Spanish mission. Is there anything that you wanted to comment on in relation to that issue, or does your evidence change in any way?
My evidence hasn't changed in any way, and I again would highlight a number of paragraphs in my rebuttal evidence where I've referenced a number of features that, in my view, on 13 Hammond Street demonstrate the influence of the Spanish mission style, and where I have gone beyond the list of publications Mr. Wild references to some more specific architectural examples and how we can draw on those to better view the property in the context of that architectural style and the New Zealand interpretation of it.
And that's your rebuttal.
That's in my rebuttal, largely 32 through 36.
Thank you. Is there anything else in relation to Hammond Street that you wanted to raise?
No, thank you.
The next item was 137 Ward Street, which is the butcher property, and that had been subject of a brief of evidence that was presented this morning, and I think you'd seen that overnight, and it's I know the presented, and I think rightly so, qualified as being presented by a planner, not a heritage expert. Nevertheless, to the extent that there were themes that are being touched on that were heritage related, is there anything in the presentation from Mr. Barrett this morning that you wanted to comment on?
I would highlight Mr. Barrett's emphasis on the interior of the property, which has not been assessed for built heritage significance. And I would note that when Ms. Galt and I attended the site visit with the previous owners, we were given some access, but not largely beyond the reception or the boardroom, as it was called, due to operational constraints. So we weren't given that opportunity. But in my view, it's somewhat irrelevant to the assessment when we're not seeking to schedule the interior of the building.
So does that mean that to the extent that the interior has been compromised in a heritage sense, that doesn't undermine the overall heritage value?
No. The second thing I would highlight is that Mr. Barrett largely relies on the WSP report. I got the impression that he had yet to consider the recategorisation exercise and my supplementary evidence in his statement that he spoke to this morning.
Thank you. So then turning to the Waikato Heritage Group submission and presentation. Firstly, I just want to make a couple of submissions on this point, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Cadigan. In the opening legal submissions, and I think in your evidence, can we get that section in the evidence where we deal with the 19? Thank you. It might be worth just taking the panel to this. This is Ms. Cadigan's statement of rebuttal evidence dated the 9th of August 2024. And in relation to the Waikato Heritage Group proposed items, there is a section which addresses the items that Ms. Cadigan supports, and that's at paragraph 15. And I'd ask the panel to turn that paragraph up, please. So the point the submission I want to make is that the items that are listed in paragraph 15 of Ms. Cadigan's evidence are the items that she has indicated she would support, and therefore the city supports. Outside of this list, there is not support from the city for the remainder of the Waikato Heritage Group items. So I'm just trying to bring some clarity to this submission and where the city stands. So there is, I think, a judgment or a decision to be made by the panel as to whether, in relation to the items outside of this list that Ms. Cadigan is supportive of, whether or not the panel considers that Waikato Heritage Group has done enough, evidentially, to get their remaining items over the line, so to speak. Because if it does so without the support of Hamilton City, and without any evidence from Hamilton City in support. So it needs to stand on its own 2 feet, so to speak. My submission is that the presentation that we had yesterday doesn't get there. I think it's there are, you know, all of the items are different in that, but to a certain extent, some of them are a little further along the continuum of getting there than others. But generally speaking, I think the concern from the city's perspective is that they don't quite reach the evidential threshold that is necessary to get them over the line. But that is a decision for you to make, but it's a decision, as I say, which is without the support of the city. So in terms of the ones that are supported by the city, paragraph 15 of Ms Cadigan's rebuttal evidence is the list, and I just want to work my way, if I can, just through the list to identify, firstly, WHG number 51 is 85 Seddon Road, and that is supported, and it also has landowner support. The next, which is WHG 54, is 6 Woodstock Road. That's the Delisle residence. And
which has all those things in it.
Right,
so,
great.
We're sort of ahead of you a little bit.
You are.
Yeah.
Well done. But
And
that's great. I mean, I think.
I will double check this against that.
Thank you. Yes, it would be good just to do the cross-referencing.
Yeah.
So 54 is the Delisle residence, which the landowner has signalled opposition to. The next item, WHG 75 and WHG 76, is the hitching posts, or are the hitching posts, and they are obviously Hamilton City Council property, and the city supports them being listed. The next item, which is WHG 77 through 79, is the Empire Street staff offices and goods shed for Kiwi Rail. And I think at this stage it's uncertain. I don't think Kiwi Rail has signalled any opposition, have they?
To my knowledge, no.
No, I mean, their statement is that should we choose to schedule, and they won't object to that, they just want to have conversations about how that's all managed.
Yep. The next one, which is 81, is also a Kiwi Rail property. That's 16 Fraser Street. It's the Hamilton Railway Station. And again, I think it sort of sits similarly to items 77 through 79. Yes, please.
We received the updated assessment for that on Monday, to which I can say I support.
Right, great. Thank you. WHG number 87 is the Well site, and again that's supported but appears to be opposed, I think, by Well. The next is WHG 89. Now that's the Frankton restrooms at 70 through 72 Kent Street, and although it's supported by Ms Cadigan, the understanding is that its demolition is imminent. Is that right?
Based on Ms Walmsley's correspondence with the owner.
Yep. So I don't know if we haven't had any direct evidence of that, but I think there's a little bit of a caveat around that one because of the imminent demolition that's been signalled by the owner.
So is that subject to a COC or anything, or has council just decided to?
I'm not even sure that
it's a policy
it may
decision.
not. If it's a permanent activity, it doesn't even need a certificate.
That's what I was wondering.
If they're just going to get on and demo it. We might try and chase that down and just see what its status is.
Well, and the same, I guess the same principle that you've advocated before is we'll leave it on the books until it's
until it's not.
So if it's demolished before our decision comes out, all well and good.
Yep. WHG 90 is the Hamilton City Council asset. That's the Waterworks in Hillsborough Terrace, and again that is supported. WHG 97 and 98 is the former Gordon J. Smith property and the laboratory, the small laboratory. Again, those are supported, but they are owned by Te Whatu Ora, and the understanding is opposition.
To the extent on the submission, I understand that it's simply oppose with no further.
I don't think Te Whatu Ora has a position on anything at the moment.
No, I think yeah. So anyway, just trying to sort of make sure that there's an appreciation of where the landowner sits.
No.
The next is WHG 110. That's 9 Wecker Street, and that does of course have landowner approval. That's supported. The next is WHG 149. That's the Caltex building, which has been demolished. We understand. So as we stand here today, it has been demolished. So that's off. The next is WHG 161, which is 6 Elmer Street, which is the Adriana's restaurant building, and there's no opposition to its scheduling.
We dined there last night.
The next is 170, which is the Jamison Kindergarten on 70 Story Ave. So this is, I think there's some disagreement over the historical qualities between you and WHG on this one, isn't there? But it still gets over the line.
Yes, and for a number of others, which is where I would emphasise my comments in Appendix 1.
Yep, I'll come to that. Now, we don't have any opposition, I think, from Waikato Kindergarten Association in relation to that one. 176 is the Founders Theatre Fountain. And again, that's a Hamilton City Council asset, and it is supported. The next is 187, which is the George Parr residence at 103 Memorial Drive, again, Hamilton City Council asset and supported. And then 188 is the bridge within the gardens, again, HCC asset and supported. And finally 191 Little Bull, which is an HCC asset and supported. So that's the extent of the WHG items that Hamilton City Council supports. Outside of that list, there is not support, and the city's position is that they stand and fall on the merit of the evidence that's been presented by WHG. The only qualifier that we have to this list, which is Ms. Cadigan is alluding to, is that there were some tidy-ups to some of, or clean-ups, as they were described, to the heritage statements in relation to these items, which Ms. Callaway indicated she was going to change the changes and send them to Ms. Cadigan, which I think we were expecting to get by close of business today. So the assumption is that we'll get those documents. They'll reflect the signalled changes that Ms. Callaway has indicated, and that'll be the end of it. So what I would do is say, can we treat this as an exception basis? If you don't hear anything more on this point, you can take it that Ms. Cadigan is satisfied with the redrafts that have been provided. If not, we'll make a note for you. But that is probably the cleanest and most efficient way to capture the position in relation to the WHG items. As I say, the rest outside of that list is for you to determine.
Okay.
Includes the two that are subject to not having been site visited, that are agreed in principle. The positioners don't support.
And the other thing, probably just on that, is the presentation this morning in terms of the Catholic Marae. I think the clear signal from the panel in terms of understanding the landowner's position on that, we would certainly echo those concerns. And
well, we don't want the wrath of the Almighty, do we?
Well, no, but I think the other point to make about that is that Ms. Cadigan was also reluctant to attempt to make some kind of historic heritage assessment, because the issues felt like they were tending towards cultural issues, I think, as well. So we really haven't done a full evaluation of that one. So it would have to, as I say, stand or fall on the evidence that's been presented by WHG and what you heard this morning. And that covered the ground as I had seen it. But I'm very happy to either take questions, or if there's other areas that you wanted to hear from me on, deal with those.
Just on let's just tick off the disputed, the 4 disputed properties, and just confirm council's position on those ones.
The council's position is the same as when it opened. It hasn't changed. I mean, I think there's we certainly haven't heard anything in terms of the Braid Road item that changes our mind. Probably the only one I think that causes pause is really the Pickett matter and the evidence that we heard this morning. And I've really made all the submissions I want to make on that, so I think we will leave that in your hands to determine.
Okay. Any questions? Ewan, anything? Any questions at this point? Okay. I signalled yesterday that I think we would quite look to probably some sort of a workshop post. Once we've made key determinations as a panel, then we really begin to hone in on the provisions again. That we might look if there's more than just a sort of trivial changes that we're looking to. That probably organise a workshop down here or something and get together to just check those around for that they don't. I guess we don't want to launch some revisions of provisions that might create some issues, so we'd rather clarify those, make sure they don't have ramifications through the plan and so on with you at that point. But that would be a one-way mirror, basically.
Yep.
But other than that, I'm about to bring the gong down on PC9.
Well, subject to that one piece of information from Mr. Knott, we can close after that. That is, and so as I say, I'll try.
No, I mean we'll adjourn. I'm not planning on closing today, but I am bringing the gong down on any new information. So there is no more. Mary, anybody tries to put any more information through you, you have my permission to say no, thank you very much. We are effectively closed from that point of view. So thank you, everybody, and particularly Mary on your new role. That's just fantastic support that we've had, so thank you very much for that. Silent video person, Amy, thank you very much. And, of course, the team and through you, Ms. Muldowney, thank you very much. So we are now adjourned, and yes. Okay, thank you.
Right, well, just to finish this off, we'll do a closing karakia and then we'll be formally adjourned. Kia karakia tātou. Tu e te rangi, tu e honei, tu e te papa e takoto ake nei, tu e te kupu a te tangata, karango te pō, karango te ao, I te kōrero i te wānangananga. Tu e te mauri kia taua I te rongo, haka irihia, tu turu haka maua kia tīna, tīna, haumie hui e, tai ki e.
Thank you. Right, done. Thank you.